children field is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 Najdorf.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi there, it's me, Jan-Krzysztof, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or Lichess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the sixth round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022 with some new, much-awaited matchups, including Firouzja Caruana, Nakamura Ding, Nepomniachtchi Duda, and Radjabov Rapport. Those are all the matchups, actually. My name is Jan Gustafsson. I am thrilled to be back here with both David Howell and Judit Polgar. Judit, tell us everything we need to know about today.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm happy to be here again with you guys, Jan and David. Well, I think we are going to look again to a very exciting round. It's round 6. Well, what would I say? I would make my predictions. What do you think?
Go ahead.
Say with Radjabov Rapport, I go for Rapport. I think Radjabov, the way he played yesterday, it was a little unstable, and I'm rooting for Richie. Then I would be going for Alireza Fabi. Well, I think finally I make a draw prediction. Then Nakamura Ding. I think Nakamura should be winning already by now, so I go for a 1. And on Nepo Duda, I think Duda wins.
David, give us yours.
Yeah, lots of decisive predictions there, Judit. For Radjabov against Rapport, I'm inclined to say the same. I mean, I kind of want to say differently just to counter Judit, but it feels like Radjabov, he's on the back foot in most of his games. Rapport looking good. So I'll say Rapport there. I'll say Firouzja Caruana draw. Just they're both gonna, well, both too good. A draw as well in Nakamura Ding. Again, both too good. But Nepomniachtchi, I'm going to go for a win as well against Duda. I think he's...
No, I said Duda will win.
Well. Ah, yes. I'll go the opposite then. I'll go Nepomniachtchi, just because he has white and he looks very good with the white pieces at the moment.
I'll be exciting today, and I've learned from the recent past. I'll predict 4 draws.
You want to go easy on the predictions. Not to go into the details, right?
Just trying to save time. They're about to start. But I am very curious. Like Alireza, it always feels like a must-win spot for him to get back into the tournament. But it's hard to force it, no? Like yesterday, he got the Petrov, and I'm sure he wanted to win. But what can you do if you don't get anything? And Hikaru also looking good. Ding, he's a strong player. He makes some mistakes along the way, but he's been getting decent positions. I have a feeling he should be stabilized by now. I can't see him losing. Nepomniachtchi, Duda, anything could happen. Leaning a bit towards 1-0 there. And Radjabov Rapport, no clue, frankly. Even a 1-0, I wouldn't be too surprised. Rapport can try to mix it a bit, and Radjabov with the white pieces, if he gets a good position, he's still good at chess. Let's see.
Well, I think it also depends very much what opening we're going to have, right? In all games, but especially with Rapport, I think somehow, I mean, yesterday it was a very interesting opening, and also it went incredible, spectacular for the middle game and final game. So that was somehow extremely interesting. But I think it doesn't take so much energy from Rapport. It's not like that this game took more energy than from a previous one, because all the games are pretty much played out.
You were talking about energy there, Judit, and I noticed that on the camera, Rapport was yawning just as the game started. So it must have taken some energy from him.
Let's see if he thinks a bit about his first move. 1e4, that is a mild surprise. Timur is more of a 1d4 player. And I don't expect Richard to make up his mind within the next 2 minutes. We do have moves elsewhere.
He should be going for Sicilian.
No surprises there. And I think he will probably.
Yeah, but surprises maybe in the game. Firouzja Caruana, Firouzja usually playing 1e4. Maybe he was tired of butting his head against the Petrov and a Catalan. I would have expected to see maybe the openings from Radjabov and Firouzja kind of the other way around. But yeah, interesting choice.
Good old Catalan. Fabi, of course, a specialist himself, as in pretty much every opening. But he goes for the very solid bishop to e7 line here, when in the past he's played other stuff, including d takes c4 as well. I'd be curious to see what he has up his sleeve if they go for the main line out of 3 castles, DC4, Queen C2, which has been much debated recently. But Black had some issues even in the trendy lines there. So I'm very curious.
David, aren't you an expert also on Catalan yourself?
I wouldn't say expert. I mean, I play it a lot with
But
both
you play
colors,
it a lot. Okay.
I try and freestyle a bit. I mean, I've always been hesitant to go down these kind of ultra main lines that the top guys are debating these days, just because I know I can't compete with the depth they go to. I mean, these trendy lines you saw in the Nepomniachtchi match with the B5. And, I mean, I've looked at it all and I have some notes here and there, but yeah, I try and mix up the move order. So, for example, in this current position, I would play Knight C3 or Queen C2 or some other options. Yeah, the castle's DC4 lines.
You don't look for that old classical line which Karpov was playing so much against me with the white pieces. He was always ready to go some Catalan, no advantage, or nothing, and then play it for like 90 moves.
Some symmetrical position with the white knight.
And here's a move for you, David. Queen D3.
Ah, nice. I actually looked at this a while ago. Queen D3.
I've also seen this. It's less stupid than it looks, which is often the case with moves like that.
Well, definitely Queen D3 was not a serious move when I was playing the Catalan against the Catalan with black. I would be surprised if Karpov would do something like this.
It doesn't look very Karpovian, does it?
No, Karpov was always ready not to castle and play in the French or the Caro-Kann. He goes King F8, right? That was his piece of bread. But here he would go castle, go for the good old lines.
Yeah, and you're right.
Believing that he's just better than the opponent. Even if the position will be equal, just go on and I will be better later.
And Jan, you're right. It does look so stupid. The queen on D3. It looks like black will put a bishop on A6 in the near future, and the queen will be a bit misplaced there.
Actually, what's the plan if black goes B6, let's say?
Yeah.
C takes D5, I believe.
Yeah, just aiming for this structure, the CD5, ED5, but once black's put a pawn on B6, black is a bit more loose, I guess.
Yeah. Obviously, it's not exactly winning, but I do recall that I saw some stuff like this. Castle, C5, Knight C3, and the game sort of continues.
Yeah, often black plays C6 first as well if black wants to play B6. That's another way of...
Yeah, C6 is fine, but then white at least gets the pieces out, castle, and then Knight D2, some quick E4. I think C5 is the most principled move here. But of course, if Queen D3 comes unannounced, maybe you don't want to find out what Ali Reza has prepared. C5, you go castle. And it's nothing special, of course, but it's not the worst move in the world.
Yeah, so Queen D3. I mean, yeah, Firouzja. I mean, he's locked himself away, right, for 6 months before the tournament, preparing some stuff. It's interesting to see that. Interesting to see this is one of the weapons that he's come armed with. Yeah, do you think Fabi would be okay to just neutralize in this game? Just this setup with black with bishop b7, it's not the most ambitious, I guess.
It's hard to do anything over ambitious against the Catalan anyway at this level, because even all the lines where you grab the pawn, it's not like white is struggling. But yeah, I would think if he played this line, and normally it means that after castles, he wants to play DC, Queen C2. Now either A6, which is very solid, or the trendy lines where he try to more or less force a draw with B5. It doesn't mean playing for a win. No, I think he's just doing his stuff, trying to be solid. But if he gets a chance, I'm sure he'll be ready to play.
Yeah, so Queen D3, and we're expecting C5, maybe C6 or B6.
Fabi is surprised. Because also against Ali Reza, you don't exactly repeat Catalan sidelines before the game. No, you repeat whatever Petrov main lines or whatever opening he had prepared against 1e4.
Can we switch to the game of Rajabov? Because there are some very funny things happening again in the Rapport game.
Okay, this is...
The H-pawn has been pushed.
Rapport's asking for it. He repeats this line that he played yesterday against Fabi. And Rajabov goes for the trendy approach, which is to take and now not play this move bishop d3, but queen d3, which looks very dumb. Queen f3, I think, comes down to the same position. But computers do like this. Pawn to d5 and queen to g3. And the position is very, very difficult for black. If you don't know details here, you can just lose, I think. Like the line used to be knight f6, and for some reason bishop e2, d4, e5, and black is in trouble. But Rapport, happy to blitz out h5. He's playing with fire, like to repeat this line, and maybe black barely holds. I've looked at this, but it's not exactly fun. And it's no longer a surprise value, no? If you do this every game. Sorry.
No, yeah, you're right. No surprise value. And h4 has been played meanwhile.
Yeah, well, seems like Rajabov is a fan of the move h4. It's not the first move would come to my mind to stop black from playing h4, to be honest. I mean, after h4, f4 kind of moves are not going to look so good.
Yeah, that's true.
Because of the g4 weaknesses, of course.
Black playing d4, though, that looks committal. I mean, this must be big preparation from Rapport. d4, because you give away a lot of squares with this move.
I think it's still the main line. At some point, I was getting very excited about this queen d3, queen g3 stuff, but somehow the usual. Some very random moves that look kind of ridiculous from black's point of view, and black hangs in there. d4, this is still the game. MVL versus Nepomniachtchi, for example, where knight b1 was played. Yeah, they're following that.
Ah, so this is all theory.
Yeah. This is trendy stuff. Not a lot of games.
I'm impressed you know all this stuff, Jan. I mean, do you play this line with white, black?
I don't play any chess, but sometimes I have to look at lines for other people. That's where all my knowledge comes from.
It looks so weird with white's knight back on b1 now. I guess that was the only logical square. And now
well, it will come out to d2 eventually, yeah?
Yeah, and to c4. Maybe knight d2 immediately.
Now it gets interesting, because I think the main line is pawn to e5 here.
What do you mean by saying main line? Are there so many games in this that there are main lines and sublines already?
Probably like
I
3
can tell you
games.
Exactly. There are 5 games with a position after d4, knight b1, knight f6. And in 4 of these games, e5. No, 3 of these games, e5 has been played. So 3 out of 5 makes it the main line for me.
Okay.
One with knight d2 and one with f3, but f3 I refuse to believe.
Well, actually, I understand Rajabov's choice, because I don't know how much he was expecting that Rajabov is going to start with 1e4. How is it with you guys when you prepare against an opponent and you know that it's like 80% that it's not going to be e4, right? When you play against Rajabov, let's say. How much time do you spend on just going through on your notes on e4? Like, because I think it's for everybody different, and in different opponents, it comes out differently, your preparation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would spend maybe 80%. If they play 80% d4, I'd spend 80% of my time preparing for that.
But let's say, what is your strategy? Well, because are you at all going to be looking e4, or you just say, okay, if he goes e4, I just go the same line, I go to 1000, it will be good enough, and then you just recall your preparation, what you had yesterday, let's say.
Yeah, I would be reluctant to repeat what I've already been doing, especially if they're changing. And for example, if he's going to e4, then he's clearly Rajabov has been looking at this line this morning. So I'd be trying to prepare maybe a small surprise, but I'm not sure how much time I would invest in analyzing deeply. Meanwhile, there have been a couple of moves. And Jan, is this still main line? Because it's getting really sharp.
Once again, main line is hard to say, but they're following the highest profile game played in this line, which is MVL versus Nepomniachtchi in 2021. But yeah, the position is extremely random. In that game, bishop d3 was played, bishop b4 check, king f1, and f5. So it's not exactly standard stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say black couldn't win a pawn on the last move with queen a5 check, right? Because of knight d2. And knight takes d2, queen c6. That's a bit of a problem. So yeah, queen d5. I mean,
after queen a5, and you can take with a check.
That was the plan, but knight So bishop d3 in the current position.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not
so
sure if
much
there
to
are
work out.
alternatives, but they'll keep blitzing for a while.
Yeah, it's all new to me, I must admit. Something I've never studied before.
No, but it's straight pushing the button in the position after a6. Like it's all the first computer moves for white, so you don't need to be terribly creative. Like it's just knight c6, queen d3, queen g3. It's the first line.
Still sounds like hard work to me.
You gotta push that button every 30 seconds. All right. Fabi's a principal guy. He's played c5. Short castles on the board. And the game continues. Options here. Knight c6, cd4. Both fine. We'll see what he does. Speaking of principled guy, I was curious how you feel about this, because I don't like it. Ding keeps repeating this very specific line that he plays in the Italian. Is that just, he says, okay, I've checked this so deeply. Do your worst, I know it's fine. Because I have a feeling there's so many lines in the Italian. Switch once, like surprise somebody. He never surprises anybody. He always plays this stuff. He's not the only one, but it's just an approach.
It's interesting because that's exactly Nakamura's approach as well. Nakamura always plays the same line as against the Italian as well.
Yes, because it's difficult to switch between different lines, right? I mean, it also makes sense to say, okay, I play this line. I know it very well. I know the ins and outs. So catch me if you can. And I'm sure this is the position where, okay, it's not going to be sharp. It's a long game, right? At the same time, it always counts to surprise your opponent. But also in such positions, it happened with me many times that I just feel that, okay, they play the same thing, and then where can I find some new ideas? So it's also problematic to deal with, I mean, whether it's Petrov or Berlin, or we're talking about this Italian. I mean, in these systems, it's very difficult to create something new.
It doesn't have to be new. Just don't play queen b8 every game. Play bishop a7 here or whatever move. I know. No, I'm not sure. It's a question of approach in general, no? Because Fabi and Magnus, for example, I think they place so much more value on surprise. They try to be the first one to get their opponent out of book. But there is also the opposite approach.
I have a question to you. That do you think it's only about the fact that they consider surprise as so valuable, or they are also bored with making the same moves?
Could be both, especially in Magnus' case. Maybe there's something to it that he also wants to, entertain himself. I don't think he plays one f3 because he thinks it's such a devastating surprise for the opponent. But I also do think that they feel they're maximizing their chances by being the first one to make the opponent think, which also makes a lot of sense. So it's a thin line, especially with black, where you can analyze every line more or less so that it holds if you should still deviate, or if you should just stick to it and say, okay, show me what you got.
Yeah, but I think, for example, in opening preparation, if I recall what Kasparov's approach, his approach was, I felt that he always wanted to prove it, that he is the leader in the chess world. He's going to give the direction of what is going to be fashionable, what is going to be the move which everybody should be following him. While, for example, Anand, I didn't feel this. I felt that he was always watching what the others are doing, and he's recycling it a little bit, and then brings out something better out of it with similar or same ideas in a little bit different form. But he didn't want to create the Anand variation or something.
They used to say the second game in every fresh line is always Anand's, no?
Yeah, he was always very well watching what's going on, observing, and reused it in a better version.
Well, I think for Vishy also, as time went by, he became more of an innovator and opening shark when, like in his 2008 match against Kramnik, he already had a bag of ideas and so on. Maybe it's also all this match work and engines getting stronger. But yeah, I agree with this sentiment. I think with Kasparov, he was also further ahead maybe because, well, he was excellent at it, but the difference in skill you needed to prepare openings well was maybe bigger than nowadays, where you push the button every 30 seconds and say, okay, good luck. I checked all the moves that my engines are saying. So maybe it's a little easier nowadays to be flexible. I don't know. It's just curious that people have such different approaches.
This catch me if you can approach that you mentioned, Judit. The problem is if you do get caught, especially in a position like this where Ding is facing rook a3, then it could turn out very badly.
I like rook a3. I always like in this Rai Lopez and Italian kind of structures. Rook a3 and then whoops, go to g3 to the king side.
Yeah.
This is what...
Though it's very unusual in this system, isn't it?
No, or well,
or you have another main line out of the 4 games which we have exist.
No, I was there. Anish played this when I was Dutch team captain against David Anton. So I've seen this happening 2 meters away from me. Like it was bishop b6, a4, rook e8, rook a3. Yeah, this is the line he played against David Anton. So it's creative, but Hikaru's not the first. He's following the great Anish Giri. In particular, there's a4, rook a3 idea. If I recall, Anish was quite happy with it because computer doesn't like it so much at first, but it's a long-term tricky thing because he sort of shuts in this bishop on b6. You really want to stop a5, a4, and bishop a5.
Yeah, that's what I also wanted to say, that basically a4 is a prophylactic move at the same time, while it opens up the road for the rook.
As one of those. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go, Jan. I was just going to ask what happened next in that game, Giri game.
Yeah, I think Anton went wrong somewhere after rook a3, or wrong is maybe strong, but he played queen b7, which looks a bit random. You do want to act quickly because if white manages to coordinate rook e3, knight f1, knight g3, then there can be a serious attack.
Rook e3, can it be that the next move is not necessarily knight f1, but b3, bishop b2?
Also very much. Yeah, exactly. So if black doesn't do anything, it can get very nasty on the king side, because that's what I don't like about the Ding system. The queen is very far away from the king side and can't go back.
Ding system?
In one move. No, this is clearly the Ding system. There's queen b8. I don't know how many times he's played it, but must be 10 games minimum.
So he is aiming to get the Ding system, you see?
He's always willing to play the Ding system.
He wants to leave his footstep in this system.
Let's see what he has here.
Ooh,
he plays queen a7, attacks the pawn. Knight to f1, covers the pawn. d5. Looks very straightforward. e5. And where will he go?
Surely into e4. Anywhere else looks passive. Looks like it would invite some attack. Knight e4. And how does white get the rook across to g3? That's the big question.
I don't know, but in the next move, I don't see how anybody will stop Ding to play c5 and suddenly break out with his bishop on b6. Knight e4 is on the board.
Ding did his homework, which if you play the line every game, you better know the ins and outs, and it seems like he certainly does. Now it's time for Hikaru to show him the money.
And Hikaru, noticeably, he never plays this queen b8, queen a7, so he must not like it for a reason. Maybe we're going to find out. So knight back to d2. Okay.
Yeah.
Wants to get rid of that knight.
Yeah.
Okay, we can't take on d4 because of knight e4. So either takes here, c5, bishop f5. Which one do you like?
Which way does white recapture if we take on d2?
I can see Judith is thinking about knight f2.
I don't know. I'm even thinking to leave the knight on e4, let's say, and can black have compensation if, let's say, just rook d8 takes, and then c5, having the double bishop.
Yeah, this is the type of position someone will go knight h4, rook g3, and try and mate. But
you're in the attacking mood, David.
I woke up on the wrong side of bed today, so that's in the mood to attack.
Without hesitating, no time trouble, and just knight h4, rook g3, and kill.
That's what I'd play in a bullet game, but...
and then Jan says, look at the queen on a7.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Yeah.
Put it here, Ding.
Black's king doesn't have too many defenders.
No, I think it's not correct what I suggested, rook d8. I think black has to be faster. So on bishop f5, because I would like to keep the tension if it's possible.
It's a bit strange because positionally Black's doing very well with one more move with c5.
Once c5 comes,
Yeah, I mean now it's time issue whether white is going to recover. Like bishop e3 now could be not a bad move, maybe. If it could be jumping. But interesting that Hikaru seems to be really knowing what he's doing because he's playing extremely fast.
Hikaru has this great computer expert with him, right, for the last 15 years, Chris Littlejohn, and he's fantastic with those engines. So he must have looked very deeply at this. Maybe knight h4 again, I don't know. It feels a bit
Now the
shaky,
first thing comes to mind is knight f2 after knight f4.
That's why it feels shaky. But maybe I can take on f2 and just king g3. I mean, bishop d4 is also a big question.
D4,
right?
d4 takes bishop f2, rook e5.
Yeah. King h2, rook e5, knight e4. I mean, it's... who knows?
Rook e5.
Knight e4. Everything's hanging, but white's 2 pieces up temporarily. Bishop e1. Knight f6 check. I don't know.
Yeah, of course, knight f6.
Just go all in.
What else? The most obvious move. Though I can go king h8.
Queen g4. Keep throwing the pieces forward and hoping for the best.
Oh, this might work now.
Yeah.
How did we get here? Knight h4 and takes.
Because
also, if I go back, am I getting checkmated?
Knight takes c4.
It's gonna try and take with the bishop.
d4 is also to maybe to consider. You don't want to have the bishop on h7.
Could be a. Both look scary, but if black is in time.
Yeah, bishop takes d4 is coming very quickly. So
might not be the end of the story. But...
And by the way, what happens if we go c5? Bishop d4, bishop e4.
Sorry, I'm just making moves.
No.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. C5 in what position? Instead of bishop f5?
Well, instead of bishop f5, yeah, just a quick look on that too.
Knight takes e4, I guess.
Though there are a lot of options for black to consider. Yeah,
d5 is tempting, but
d5, rook d8.
Rook d8, yeah.
Yeah, takes. I don't want to allow your rook to g4. No.
One of the white rooks needs to get to the g file ASAP.
They both really want to go.
Knight h4 again, and somehow get it. Yeah,
d3 is blocking it. Huh. Funny position.
Super sharp. But it's not a good sign that Ding's thinking. While now.
Can we start thinking about bishop h6 just to
and after
be brave for once? Yeah, I didn't really think it through, but I was hoping. I'm not sure if I mentioned the queen is far away.
I was about waiting.
How about king f8, king e7, king d7? King.
But
we'll meet you somewhere.
What about bishop c5 instead of king f8? And bishop f8.
One defender's back. Is that enough?
Maybe a check.
Check.
knight takes d4 and rook g3.
Still have a bunch of rooks.
And you want to say the queen on a7 is bad?
Not again, not again.
But we have to make the viewers understand that you have to be very careful. You have to know very much what you're doing if you put your queen on a7. Because unpleasant surprises can be. But I also thought, what about after knight d2, going back to the beginning? Yeah, here, knight takes d2.
I should mention, to continue my campaign against this Ding opening, that I don't like the fact for him at all that he's thinking here for the last 20 minutes. Because, well, Hikaru followed this idea by Giri, who's one of the biggest theoreticians, who plays a4, rook a3 in a line that you play every game. This is your main line against the Italian. Everybody plays the Italian. You play two forcing moves, knight f1, d5, e5, which White would play, knight e4, knight 1 to d2, which seems to be the only good move. And then you think for half an hour, this doesn't bode well.
It's not half an hour yet.
20 minutes. Let me exaggerate.
And you have a great point there. You have a good point. So the only explanation could be that he's choosing from the different alternatives he was analyzing.
Let's hope for his sake.
I must say, I've been there myself once against Nakamura. This is 10 years ago now, but we played a 42-move game and he was still in preparation on move 42. It's a forcing line, not quite this opening, of course, but
wow.
I managed to draw it by finding every move, but I was playing most of it on 1 minute. And I mean, it got super sharp at some point. Ding's, just like that game, Ding's going to have to find a series of only moves maybe later in those lines, those type of lines we're looking at. I mean, it's scary. Yeah, Naka, he does his clicking very, very well.
Hey guys, we haven't seen Nepo's game yet.
Before we do, let me just point out that Rapport's king is on d7.
Well,
but
it's also
pieces are out.
castling game, this one.
And let's go to Nepomniachtchi.
Okay, so this is yeah.
This is a line I'm out of. I can't shame anybody for not knowing this because I don't have a clue. But David, I've seen you play a bit of knight f3, g3 over the years. What's going on here?
That's pretty much all I play these days, Jan. Get them out of book. MVL, this is one of his pet lines to play the fianchetto with d4. Knight gf6, yeah, there's a debate whether to play c6, bishop e7, just to keep the knight on g8, because that kind of stops or deters what White does in the game. But yeah, after knight f6, this line, c4, c6, takes. And there's a couple of moves here. There's queen b3, with the idea of queen b6, queen e3 check.
Yeah, this I've seen. Bishop e7, knight h4 or some funny stuff here.
Yeah, so black won't get the chance to castle very easily. Knight h4 immediately. Yeah, I mean, knight h4 here kind of forces bishop g6 and the game goes on.
Go back and then you castle.
Yeah. In the game, I mean, knight h4 is also a move, idea to trap the h5 bishop, but knight e5, I mean, I'm not sure it's exactly here, but I think MVL has been playing this occasionally a few years back as a bit of a surprise weapon. And the idea is just to go f4, g4, trap this h5 bishop. Kramnik also, I think it's similar, but he played this knight e5 idea. I think maybe black's bishop was on e7 already, but
I'll look it up. Give me a second. CD, ED, knight e5. Niels Grandelius, big specialist, and Rasmus Swane.
Okay.
German international. Hard worker.
Those guys work together. Right.
They also work together, it's true. Rasmus has played this like 18 times the position after knight e5. Seems to really like it. Those are the big guys here.
If I remember correctly, black has to be a bit careful already.
The main move, which surprised me, seems to be bishop g6.
Yeah.
Which looks strange voluntarily to go into this.
I think f4 might be an immediate threat, though, to win a piece in some lines, or at least to entomb the black bishop. So, for example, if bishop d6 or something, then f4, and g4 is a massive threat already.
Wow.
It's a good trap to keep in mind. I'll start playing it in Blitz.
This is pretty much my classical Blitz and bullet repertoire these days.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, and we can see that actually Nepo made a great surprise for Jan-Krzysztof.
Oh, sorry, on move 1. No, I don't recall having seen the Pomnish play a lot of knight f3, g3. Like you expect 1 e4 and the occasional c4, g3 thrown in. But knight f3, g3, I haven't seen much from him.
Yeah, I've never really understood why people don't play knight f3, g3 so much. I guess there's other lines, d5, g6, but
looks like you even convinced Magnus. No, he started doing it quite a bit.
Yeah, yeah, I'm a bad influence. But knight takes c5,
something like this, yeah, like or f4.
Yeah.
Maybe f4 first. Interesting.
Yeah, I remember looking at some lines a while ago where black can sacrifice the bishop. One white pushes all the pawns forward, but it wasn't 100% convincing. So yeah, maybe in the game position, Duda needs to play bishop g6 before he gets trapped.
It's not the first move that comes to mind. No, maybe by elimination once he spots f4, g4 and doesn't like knight takes e5. But,
yeah, he gives the bishop pair, but black has a very solid structure at least.
Rasmus Svan is sitting at home thinking, I've played this 15 times and no one's ever looked at it. Like, people have to stop ignoring my games.
He's a big opening theoretician. When I had this match against Niels Granelius a few months ago, I mean, I knew every game he was talking to Rasmus, and it was a bit scary knowing he had a team around him. Yeah, bishop g6, and white, I guess, doesn't have to rush. Knight c3. Maybe take on g6. Yeah, at least now the bishop. I don't know. What does black do here, actually? I can't remember already, but bishop d6, f4 might come.
Looks nice for white, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah, it looks very promising.
Yeah.
Yeah, the very minimum you take on g6 and you can play that position, but yeah, big surprise. Nice opening choice, I think, from Nepo, and it shows that he wants to make the most of his whites. For sure. No more Petrovs. It's always a good sign.
Duda in some trouble here. Shall we go to rapport just?
Let's see what's going on with the kings dancing.
So they kept following that game. Queen f3, queen d5, bishop d3, bishop b4 check. King to, sorry, bishop b4, king f1, f5 takes, and knight takes. Check, king d7. First impressions.
It's hard to say. I mean, firstly, the d7 square is a bit of an odd choice. Gets in the way of the bishop on c8. But any endgame, black might be doing okay with all these central pawns. Yeah, and I like the fact for rapport that Radjabov is the first one to really think. It shows that his preparation is deeper. And also, it's a rapport type of position, right? Slightly imbalanced, but it might go into an endgame where he can use his great understanding. How about you, Judit?
It's a quite tough game for to handle it for Radjabov, I think. Also, this is not exactly what he wanted to go for, I believe.
Yeah.
You can't say that, well, playing for 2 results, it's very solid. Nothing can really go on, plus equal, or I don't know how you say 0-0-2 or 0-30. I don't know, this new modern language of assessing positions. But I can very easily visualize for white getting worse in the next 5-6 moves. So white, I think, also has to be extremely careful. At the same time, there can be also very weak spots in the black camp, right? If, let's say, somehow knight d2 and going to e4, or jumping from f3 to e5, controlling those squares. The c1 bishop can end up being on g5, which can be pretty annoying for black. g6, g5 bishop. At the same time, from black's point of view, he can play maybe bishop goes back from b4, playing c5, bishop b7. It can be also extremely powerful bishops. So it's, I think it's within a move you can switch from being worse from better and the other way around.
Yeah.
So
I like it stylistically for Rapport because he's more used to non-standard looking positions than Radjabov. No, like
again, what kind of pawn structure we have?
Yeah.
I keep on laughing on the pawn structures we're ending up, but especially in Rapport's games, I must say. It is
talking of weird pawn structures, I guess white doesn't really want to exchange the queens, doesn't want to take on d5. Does that mean white leaves the queen on f3 to get his own pawns doubled? Does white maybe... I'm really attracted to c3 for some reason. Just to break the head of black's pawn chain. Open up the position against black's king.
So
well, let's say takes and take on c3. With what do you take back?
Ideally the knight, I guess.
Yeah, but
now
after
you have this
that,
d5
I will
square.
have knight d5, yes.
It's like you said, you did still so many holes in both sides.
Yeah, it's incredible. The Emmentaler cheese is full of holes, this position with both sides. Though in this position, I don't see anything can really go wrong for white.
Yeah, white does look solid enough. No, king goes here, you bring the pieces
White
out.
looks more solid in this position, I believe. Yeah.
Maybe that's what's going to happen.
Looks very logical, at least for Radjabov.
But what about after c3 to go bishop c5, for example?
And take d4?
Or capturing it. Okay, doesn't matter. Capture now on f3, sorry. On f3 and to have my bishop centralized on d4. I want to go c5 and bishop b7.
That's a better version for black.
c5.
You go e5? Maybe e5. Huh? Should be 7.
Yeah, bishop b7. Rook d8, I like very much what you highlighted. Rook d8 was very reasonable. Unless knight a4 is unpleasant.
King e2 here, maybe for white first. Rook g1 at some point. Yeah, I mean, who knows who's better here? Could be either side. Definite scope for outplaying each other, outplaying the opponent.
I'm wondering if I should give my speech again that I'm surprised Radjabov is out of book because he chose the line and it's forcing, he gives a check and now he's starting to think. But it's always so much easier to do when they have some random position to say, how did he not check this when everybody's checked a million?
But why would he check it? Does after queen g3 in move 8, h5 is just so obvious?
No, like I said, this is the first computer line and the line MVL versus Nepomniachtchi. So in the recent top level games, everyone's played h5, h4, d4. And these moves he blitzed out, so he clearly knew this far. No, but yeah, it's always easy to say once they're out of book, why didn't they check further when there are so many options along the way? Yes.
And when did he start thinking Radjabov? Was it just after king d7? Maybe he was just, maybe king e7, for example, is the top computer move or something, and maybe it's just a small difference that's made him.
We can find out.
Because king d7 maybe.
No, it's first line.
It's the first line. Okay.
Actually, it's a good question. That what favors king d7 compared to king e7? Because the king should be much better on e7, being close to the g7 pawn and stuff like that.
This is the computer line.
Maybe some concrete happenings.
No, I just noticed that here it goes to d7, so maybe it's this. You want to have it there already.
Okay.
That's really deep, like 5 moves, 6 moves in advance, you're avoiding a check.
Yes, but I think that's the only reason it could be, because at first king e7 looks a more logical direction for the king.
Great.
Deep preparation from Rapport.
Looking for differences, the computer is still running. So here after king e7 says queen e2, then a5 bishop d3. Well, after king d7 it doesn't like that. So we have to figure out why. a5 bishop d3, and now you go e5, and the king is better here again.
Yeah.
King's going to be super safe.
There's
on
no
C7.
bishop g5.
E4.
Yeah, but I just thought with the king on e7, maybe then this exists. Yeah? Now we can pin, and it has to go here anyway. So Richard knows.
Yeah, it's these tiny details that really set apart the top players with their preparation.
Bishop g5 played by Rajabov anyway.
What
Not the computer move.
What do you think? How much is intuition part of the game? Is it the same amount of percentage intuition takes a role in a top player's life than 10 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, maybe less than in when you were playing Judit, because there, I guess intuition, especially in the early parts nowadays, intuition is kind of frowned upon, right? It's just what the computer says.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. That simply when you see king d7 and within minutes, we can figure out, try to understand what's the idea behind it, right? Then it comes not necessarily, the intuition comes secondary. While many years ago, it was how much you feel the position, what is in the spirit of the position, how do you put your pieces and so on. But with the engines, somehow it became very clear that eventually everything becomes by one tempo story.
Yeah, everyone at the top level these days is just a calculating beast. They just calculate everything, right? At least in the past, people used to make generalizations a bit more, guess maybe a bit more.
I think that might also be an engine influence. No, like obviously humans can't think like engines, but it's become so much more move by move. No, if we look at the likes of Nepomniachtchi, Caruana, Ali Reza, like they're all just calculate all the positions. No, it's no longer, the quote unquote understanding, intuition they felt this was right is always backed up by variations.
Yeah.
But also, it's not like you did the top players of your generation. You were also great calculators. No, it's not like people just felt the position. Or do you feel a difference there?
Yes, but in my time, I think it was very much on the feelings, on the intuition in several positions. Like you simply were not looking, watching some games. It happened many times. I remember when I was a kid, I was suggesting a move. And then the big guys, when I was 8, let's say, or something, Susan and her trainers, they would say, no, this cannot be the move. No, it doesn't look good. And statements like that. And okay, nowadays you cannot claim just like that, but yeah, okay, it looks bad. It's in these positions, you don't play this kind of move. I mean, practically it's simply changed. And I was calculating all the time, and I was the kind of player whose mindset would fit very much to nowadays, that everything is something concrete. So let's check it. Let's see if it works or it doesn't. And nowadays I really see with the players that, I mean, practically if the engine says that h5 is the best move, they are going to be playing h5, right? Because the engine simply gained all that respect that they have a reason for saying something like that. So we don't say that it's impossible. We don't say this word anymore on any move. We just say, no, it's just admiration, right? Wow, is this really good? And then you start analyzing it, but you're not questioning it really that, no, this is not possible.
You can't really get away with this grandmaster smugness anymore. No, come on, this move is not serious, because everyone has an engine and they will tell you, okay, that's your opinion, but it's +1 for white. So you have to back up everything by either switching on your own engine or by direct calculation. No, it changed a lot, because in the old days, if you're analyzing with some more experienced grandmaster, they will often just say, no, you can't play like that. And now It's always why. Computer says here and there.
What is your experience? Because I know that, I mean, Jan, you are very much into opening preparation and you use engines daily. How much is it, the importance of it, that what kind of computer processor you have, and how much is it important that you work with the huge computers remotely? Are they giving very different assessment?
They're just saving time, no? Like in order to have a serious opinion, you want your computer, let's say if it's Stockfish on depth, I don't know, let's make up a number, depth 38, let's say, and you get that within 2 minutes with a remote engine, or 1 minute, and you get it within 10, 15 minutes if you run it on your own computer. So it's just a time saver if you're dealing with a lot of info. So all the serious guys, all the seconds and all the top players, they either have like a remote engine, like set up on Google Cloud or Amazon Web Services or whatever, or they have some giant machine standing in some basement somewhere. And then it comes down, depending how much of a fetishist you are, if you're happy with, let's say, 60,000 or 80,000 nodes per second, which is very fast. Or if you want to spend more money, I've heard of certain players that also really invest there and they want to get to even higher numbers. So it becomes a bit of an arms race, but I think it's diminishing returns after a certain point because the engines no longer change their opinion so much.
Well, this is what they said, that Jan was supported with huge performing computers, right? Do you think it makes a huge difference in a World Championship match, whether what kind of machines you're working with?
No, it still saves some time, but after a certain point, if you have like a whatever 100,000 KNS machine, then usually letting it run 3 minutes or 30 minutes won't change the results so much. So if you have a certain level of depth, because engines are so good, then I don't think it's that scary anymore. You hear before every World Championship match, no, like Topalov had a supercomputer, and Nepomniachtchi had a supercomputer, I'm sure Kayakin had a supercomputer. Nowadays, okay, you can just add cores on Google Cloud or Amazon Web Services. It's just how much you want to pay per hour. These supercomputer stories, I don't think they're so relevant anymore. Still nice to have, like, I mean, I'm sure no one would mind.
I remember the days I was happy with Fritz 5, like depth 20, and now it's very different, very different. But
no, but we should also say,
I was going to say, it depends on the type of position as well. I mean, computers, you need them to run deeply on some sharp Najdorfs, but maybe less so in an anti-Marshall or Berlin.
And also this I was talking about, this is Stockfish, which is most people's go-to engine for checking positions deeply. But there's Lila, which gives a lot of good ideas in the opening and really made Stockfish look stupid for a while in the openings because he had such new plans. And Lila can run on your laptop. It runs on a graphics card, like if you have a whatever. I'm not sure how much tech nerds we have watching, but if you have an RTX 3060, which costs a couple €100, I would guess, in your laptop, then you can run Lila there. And there you don't need to buy speed, because for Lila it's not as important.
I think we're all making notes here.
Judith, will you start spacebarring? Will you join us in the wonderful world of pushing the button and reading out Stockfish 15 lines?
No, actually, I'm not checking and using these things nowadays because, well, of course, I'm checking it with on my own machine, but it's not the remote. It's not an extreme performer what I'm using. Just sometimes I want to see some quick judgment or idea what the engines think. Well, maybe later on I will join this train again.
When you make your big comeback, Judith, you'll be
I don't
46 know. On some Reti position.
Speaking of some Reti position, let's see what happened here.
It takes time until you understand the computers and engines, that which direction it goes and whether it's misleading you. Because I'm sure that when you work a lot with engines, you simply have a feeling for it, that 007 means what, and if it's already 009 or 1.00 in this position, it means a lot. But actually in a rapid game you can still play because there's no chance that your opponent can calculate all those lines that after 25 moves, it shows why is this move exactly the best.
Yeah. No, that's also another thing. If it's manageable for a human's that position, how much do you have to know, and when you quit with your assessment of 0-0 usually. But you say it's tricky to play, he has to find this and that. Because usually with white, it's not really about proving an advantage. There is no advantage in any of the lines. It's about asking questions, no? Having your opponent either find only moves or having a 0-0 position. That's still tricky to play in the end. So yeah, there's a lot of nerding around. Because also 0-30 doesn't mean the same for every engine. Like if we want to keep the nerd talk, like for Lila, that's a big advantage. But for Stockfish, it just means, okay, the game has started, show me it's equal. So it's, yeah, it's a very weird science in itself.
It's a different language, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, meanwhile, a couple of moves here. So yeah, all the knights are off the board. And black still has a problem with this h5 bishop, potentially.
But is it such a big problem with the h5 bishop? f4 is a threat, I guess?
Maybe f4, I guess, will have to be met with f6 by black. So just depends whether that's something you want to do. I mean, black will need to get his king to safety at some point as well. That will take 2 moves. Maybe bishop c5 runs into some tempo gaining pushes. Yeah, I mean, it just depends whether black is in time to get castled, save his bishop. If he is, he's very healthy.
So what are the options for black? Bishop g6, does it make any sense, or you want to develop first?
Maybe bishop g6, and how are you going to meet f4? That's the question.
Well, queen d7, g4, bishop e4, or playing f5 or something, but that I would be afraid of probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to evaluate this position after bishop takes e4 and say bishop e3.
I was wondering if check first, but it looks nice for white, doesn't it? Like where the king goes. Something. These pawns scare me.
Yeah, unless black can get all the rooks off the board in some endgame somehow, I don't know. Queen takes d1.
Yeah, it looks scary. Well, you can take and f5, right?
f5, king g3, king f4. I think this is last resort type of stuff for Duda.
Okay, so this is not advisable.
He's been caught. Also, Nepomniachtchi 151, Duda 114. This doesn't look good.
Yeah, and you can tell from his body language he's not too happy, Duda. It's not his type of position as well. Just bishop c5 maybe here. Just a slow f4.
Yes, we go.
Castles?
f4, f5, or f6?
Yeah, one of those two. f6 maybe? Just to be more forcing.
If e6, you go f5. Yeah, that's probably not coming back.
And g4, go back to f7, I think.
No, this doesn't look too terrible, does it?
Yeah, this looks okay. At least more counterattacking chances than the endgame we just saw. How about instead of king h2, maybe white has something quicker? I don't know. b4, a4, throw all the pawns up in every direction. Oh, bishop d4 then. Whoops. Bishop g5?
Yeah, bishop g5.
Oh, but bishop f2 is
Ah.
all the intermezzos, counterattacks.
This is not what white wants.
Unless white can just go rook c1 here.
No. Start pushing again, yeah?
G4 first, maybe.
And winning a bishop?
Oops.
But it's a very dangerous position for black.
Yeah, this is the stuff he's got to calculate, right? Already. Yeah, the reti, I'm telling you, it's underrated. Someone needs to make a Chessable course.
Are you planning to do one? Or you did already?
I haven't, no, not yet. I'm planning one with Magnus, a joint course, but the subject is a surprise. So maybe
Not
soon.
anymore.
Not anymore.
Such a
The
tease.
subject- It's not the reti, I'm telling you that now. But yeah, I mean, it's an opening that's close to my heart. Low maintenance, some tricks. Lots of move order tricks, especially. Yeah, it feels like Duda was move ordered because he wants these kind of quieter bishop g4 lines, but I'm not sure starting with 3e6 is the most flexible, and also, yeah, putting the black knight on f6 so early in this game allowed this knight e5 idea. I think
it's strange. No, isn't Duda also a Grunfeld player? I thought he was a Grunfeld player.
He has.
And then
played Grunfeld.
usually people play g6 here, no, which has a great reputation. Because now, at least when you're surprised, usually people play d5, g6 if they play Grunfeld, or if they are Catalan players, you can always play this and nothing too bad can happen to you, at least.
Yeah.
While bishop g4, you clearly have to be into details, and maybe starting with knight d7 is more precise, no?
Yeah, I mean, you can start with c6 or knight d7, and I mean, either way, I think in this line that happens in the game, don't necessarily want to commit your knight to f6 so early. That's the key.
And if white goes h3, c4 here, you play bishop d6 or something.
Yeah, bishop d6. And there's also some lines where after c takes d5, you throw in bishop takes f3. I'm not sure this exact position.
Maybe not here, but yeah.
And bishop takes f3, c takes d5, and you want this pawn structure like a Slav. But
isn't d takes e6 possible after?
Yeah, so this is why you've got to be a bit careful with the move orders.
Okay.
So not that exact position, but this type of.
Yeah, let's say.
So for example,
here, this kind of stuff here, like this is black's quote-unquote dream, and the knight goes to c6. They still play this, but it's not very much.
Yeah, I've played this too many times myself as white. It's just not the most exciting, let's say.
Okay, let's do a brief tour. Alireza versus Fabi.
He played c5 after queen d3.
You're just gonna call me out if I say it's still theory, but I've seen this position before.
I think I have too, actually.
Rook d1. I think bishop f6 was the move. Yeah, bishop f6 played. Queen goes to c4. And yeah, it's not very much. I think he was testing Fabi with his queen d3. If Fabi plays a move like c6 or b6, then you get a game with white. But Fabi, he's tough. Even if he doesn't know it, he will play the most forcing line, go move by move and tell you, show me.
Queen c4, isn't there some knight e3, if I remember?
Could be. I thought also bishop d7. And then takes, rook c8 was there somewhere.
Okay.
But maybe knight e3 works.
Rook takes d8, knight takes c4.
Looks completely okay, to say the least.
Move.
I mean, it's not white who is going to be playing for something.
It just should be fizzling out somehow.
It's not black either, yeah. Knight d6 is possible without any problem, no? Bishop d7, rook c8.
Yeah, I think it's equal, but it's a question of some mild inconvenience or just shaking hands. But I guess here, bishop d7, for example. Yeah.
I mean, that would be the most frustrating thing in the world for Firouzja if he has to shake hands again early with another white after yesterday.
Yeah, well, it's a thing, yeah, with Fabi, he doesn't back down, even if you surprise him. He still tries to calculate his way out, and he might manage.
Yeah, and how about, I mean, this game looks quite early, quite balanced. How about Nakamura? There've been many moves in that one.
So bishop f5, rook e2. Huh?
So none of this craziness with knight h4. That's a pity. But
Very prophylactical.
yes.
Wants to make sure that on f2, not to get too big surprises. Okay, so b8, or what happened after rook
d8?
Rook d8.
And now
b3.
threatening bishop takes d4. Yeah.
It's so hard to guess the moves if you've never seen this before, or for me at least.
I mean, look at that rook on a3 now. How happy is that piece?
I'm just looking at the clock. I think Nakamura is very happy.
Yeah. So c5 is black's main plan. It makes sense.
And if knight takes, then knight comes here.
Yep, knight d4. Forcing bishop d7, I guess. And that's wrong direction for black.
So bishop takes.
I mean, it looks like it should just be completely fine for black, but move the black queen, c5. Is f3 ever a problem? I don't know.
Well, it's always there.
I have to say, I'm very happy. This queen is back. Like, we can go to f8, cover the king.
You'd blitz that out, right, Jan? It's queen f8 immediately.
Only move.
General principles. It makes sense to move the queen.
Yeah, maybe you could talk me into a slightly more active move, but with a heavy heart.
Well, queen b4 makes sense, no?
Yeah.
A lot of sense.
So what does Nakamura want here? That's the big question.
You want f3, but you also want to have the rook swing still.
Is e6 a move, maybe?
Oh.
Just take on c7. I'm not sure if that helps structurally, but so
how do we take bishop pawn?
If you take with the pawn, maybe I take on c7 and then go back to e5.
Yeah,
it's at least a nice square.
Scary. Yeah.
Well, at first, definitely, it seems beautiful for white.
Yeah.
Yeah. But maybe bishop takes e6 is knight c6.
Nice. E6 could be an issue.
Yeah, maybe queen f8, and just no knight forks.
Yeah. Get out of the way. Cover h6.
Queen b6, please.
No, wrong way.
No, I was just playing for a trap. Queen b6, rook b3, and I take on a4. But
it's a nice trap, though, because it's not over. Both rooks are hanging.
Or it's over.
Yeah, now the trap is over.
Okay, one move with c5, and black's doing.
So on f3,
d1.
you go c5, or you move away with your knight to
Yeah,
c5 and e6.
That's the big question. Maybe knight g5 isn't stupid either, but at least now the third rank is cut off, so that rook and a3 can't get across.
Yeah.
Should be 3c5 still looks all right, doesn't it? And the queen will be the attacker on the 6th rank.
The black king is going to be so safe. Yeah, I mean, is this one of the surprises where Ding's found all the best moves and he's just okay? Or I mean, feels like he's done pretty well so far.
It's another thing. I like to criticize people for not knowing everything in move 18, but if you're just good enough to find all the right moves, maybe you don't always need to know everything.
After queen b6, things look pretty good for black, isn't it? I mean, here, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what does white even... I wouldn't even know where to start looking for moves, apart from f3. Don't really want to move the knight, the rooks.
I kind of have a crazy idea. You will like it probably.
Okay.
Instead of queen b6, if I go crazy, or let's say I go fashionable for these days, and I go g5.
Whoa.
Wow. That is...
I don't know if, I don't
brave.
think it's brave. Yeah.
What's the idea after bishop h?
Well, basically, I want to ask your bishop whether are you going to be going back or you go to h2? This is my question. And if after you go back to h2, then I move my queen to b6, and then somehow if I can be...
And f3, you want to meet... Yeah, maybe e6.
You know this?
With the idea if bishop e6, then already rook b3. Right?
And then rook b3, and I was hoping to be annoying you. Queen e7 played by Ding.
Oh, you must be happy. Right direction.
No. It was either f8 or b6. I don't like queen e7. Still in the range of the knight. And wasn't your e6 a good move? Like,
maybe.
Well, probably he wants to sacrifice it, no?
Wait, take. So if fe... So bishop takes a4, what's happening there?
Okay.
I don't know. Rocking. I can't calculate. You guys need to help me here. Everything's hanging.
Ooh.
Bishop takes d8, bishop takes d1, bishop e7, bishop e2. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks...
It works.
Looks okay for black.
Oh, nice. And bishop e5 with c5 still possible. It's a bit much here. I'd rather have that pawn. That's his point.
We haven't moved knight b5. Nakamura is just playing like if it's a blitz game.
He knows.
Already moved, what is it, 25-ish?
Yeah, 24.
But do you really think that he worked on this so much that he knows by heart, or he just feels so comfortable in this position?
No, I think he knows, like, if he blitzes out the moves like this, and well, it's the line Ding plays every game. And if they're close enough to the first computer line, then I think he just knows.
And why is this so good if black goes c5?
Knight c7, there's bishop takes a4 again. Are we going to see some kind of draw after knight takes d5 and everything come off the board?
Here, aren't we?
Knight d5 you have.
But I mean, this is not playing for a win with white.
A4 or whatever.
Yeah, just equal. So c5. Does he want a positional? Oh no, rook takes.
Let's play for the win.
There's also
bishop
b5.
Yeah.
Because this position is maybe rook g3.
Yeah, this could get interesting. No? Maybe queen h5 first to stop queen h4.
It's all about getting the queen to the king side. The whole game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is unclear.
Yeah.
But yeah, rook takes e4, bishop takes b5 kills the fun, maybe. Maybe.
Bishop h6 doesn't quite work, does it?
Not really.
But even this position, if I go away, like...
Yeah, bishop c6 or g3, right?
Yeah.
And you want to go e6.
Yeah, and queen h5.
Yeah, opposite color bishops.
Okay, so queen e6 before you change your mind. And then I go out, king h7.
So at this point, you regret
Do
not
we have to
retreating.
switch to boring? Yeah.
I think you should
Retreating the
have
other
gone
rook to e3.
e6 immediately instead of rook g3.
Also, yeah. Yeah, that's much stronger, of course. It's very nice.
Takes rook g3.
Yeah, this looks super scary. Could well be checkmate.
Yeah, this looks scary for black. True.
All this looks too scary. If I just take here, am I in trouble? Not sure what the follow-up is, but
You want to bring the queen away from the king side again, queen b4.
I was looking this way or this way. Not sure. But there's still this looming attack, no, even without that.
Yeah, if the black knight ever moves for g3 immediately.
Good stuff by Hikaru, no? And maybe Chris Littlejohn, or I'm not sure who Hikaru's helpers are. But even if Ding finds all the moves, it puts a lot of pressure, no? Hikaru's just blitzing, Ding can't get up from the board, and if the final position is not dead, but just equal, then yeah. I like what he's doing. Also, Hikaru with white, he's always nasty, no? He comes up with some stuff, like he still stays within his preferences, but he does a very pointed preparation. Well, with black, he very much has the Ding approach as well. I'll play my repertoire, you know what it is, I know what it is. Show me what could be wrong. But here, yeah, this is nice.
Yeah. I mean, I still have faith that Ding's going to find a bunch of good moves here, but either way, he's been tested. Okay, so maybe. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I wanted somehow to take an f5 at some point, but the a5 pawn is hanging still.
You want to reroute the knight back to e6? Somehow.
Yes, in a later stage, if it happens. But here you would...
So e takes f6 though. c7 is hanging, right?
The c7 is hanging also. Sorry.
Suddenly the b5 pawn is big.
Yeah, no, this was not my idea to give this option.
How about queen h4? I like that one, Jan. Or just bishop h2 is the queen silly on h4 maybe.
All of a sudden the queen side is becoming.
But can I ask something? Why not c6 after knight b5?
Is it going to be this rook takes e4 again? Maybe that could be a
b5.
Okay. Rook somewhere.
Maybe now we can go here. Just still very scared of these dark squares.
I'm definitely scared. Yeah, and this looks like minimal risk as well for white if, I mean, with the bishops, the blockade. Difficult decision right now, actually, to take or not to take.
Well,
it's got to be takes or c pawn push. Yeah.
It's a bit random. The clock is ticking. 0:50 for Ding. Okay, they made a lot of moves, so it's not really that he's irresponsible with his time at all. Let's move 25. Still unpleasant if your opponent keeps blitzing.
That's the one good thing about this approach, I guess. If you stick to your stuff, you know it, you can make 15 moves pretty much instantly. You might get hit later, but you have lots of time to to react. Okay, this game Queen G4 was played.
Reza doesn't want to swap down.
Yeah. So at least knight e3 this time, the black knight ends up on a worse square.
This could be a little something, no? Like knight c3.
Yeah.
Fabio plays bishop d7.
And yeah.
Do you want to play e4?
Yeah. Looks a bit weakening.
It's double-edged, no?
E4, yeah, knight b4, e5, I guess is the idea, but
oops.
Yeah. But yeah, as you say, Jan, it's so committal. Once you play e4, your queen might get cut off as white. Your bishop on g2 is blocked in. Maybe black just goes knight e7 and knight c6.
Well, even e5 is possible instead of moving away the knight.
Ah, nice.
I'm not sure it's a good move, but.
And then, yeah.
Queen goes away, knight e7 or knight b4, and on knight c3, d5. And I go knight c6, knight d4.
Whose knight's going to be better?
Well, probably it's better not to play this e5 and just move with the knight. Because e7.
Yeah, if black gets knight c6 and time to move the queen, he's doing great. But
f4, this is the Rajabov-Ding approach.
There is a pawn hanging on b2, maybe. It's a queen check.
I didn't see that.
Queen check and bishop takes b2.
Yeah, it doesn't work, does it?
Yeah, those pawns. Ugh.
Okay, I guess white plays some move, but hard to believe white is doing so well here. C6.
Or queen c7.
Bishop f4 may be a problem.
So you wanted knight g6?
Or knight c6, maybe. I'm not sure which direction. g6 feels a bit wrong.
You want to reach out to d4?
Yes.
Okay, this type of position maybe it's sort of playable for white now, at least. There's no knight coming here directly.
Queen e7, I guess. Game goes on. Oh, you're hitting me now.
No, I just want to do this before e5 becomes an option.
I mean, positions such as bishop takes c3, I never know how to evaluate this one.
Me neither.
Rook d8 or something like this. Yeah, black could play e5 at some point. Yeah. It's strategically double-edged for both sides, I guess. White has the bishops, white, but the worse pawn structure. Yeah, so big decision in the current position. If not e4, then I guess it's just close to equal.
What else is there? Knight c3, is that a move? Hard to believe white is better. Maybe just take it.
Yeah. Knight d2 to e4, maybe. But white's queenside pieces look so odd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Fabi's completely fine, to be honest.
Queen d3, not refuting the Catalan yet.
We'll work on it. Meanwhile, some pawn pushes in the Nepomniachtchi game. Oh, sorry, well, this one as well.
Oh, yeah, we can.
So what happened here? Bishop g5, rook f8, and c3.
And he went back.
Just while you guys analyze this, I'll just pop off for 5 minutes. I'll be back shortly.
Careful with the pigeons.
I will be, don't worry. See you soon.
So, are you happy with Rapport's position?
I don't know. I'm wondering what happens if we go to the very simple question. Queen takes d5, c d4. How is he reacting on that?
I don't even know how he wants to recapture. Knight takes cd, bishop g3.
So
What do you think, knight or c pawn?
First, I want to understand what happens if they just take the pawn, right?
Yeah.
Let's say knight d5, c takes d4, and I don't know, rook b8 and rook b4, gaining back the pawn. Yeah.
So we go here.
Yeah, rook d4, knight d4, or knight c4. Though I don't know if h5 pawn is under attack. So let's
Maybe
see.
knight f3 and take it, or take it directly.
Yeah, I take it.
Yeah.
It seems like a pawn down, right?
We must. And he played cd4 directly.
Okay, that also makes a lot of sense because queen d4 will be probably not the move because knight c3 and rook d1. And then it looks very dangerous for black.
What's the idea, Richard? Knight g4.
Knight g4, queen d5, rook f2, king g1 takes back, and bishop h5. Doesn't seem nice.
No. No, I don't see anything. No.
Okay, let's see again. C takes d4. G4 takes.
Here he could recapture, but then f3, and it's not obvious what to attack, no?
Yeah, it's interesting what he had in mind.
Because also he played this move, bishop d6. He could have gone bishop c5 or dc3 or whatever, but he must have some point.
So after c takes d4, queen b5, queen e2, right? Black somehow has to be quick. Otherwise, it's just material down.
Actually, if we take here, which looks stupid,
Knight
but
c3.
threatening knight g4, no?
That you mean knight c3, knight g4. Well, you have a point there. So if queen d4.
And a queen e2, but that looks a bit scary. No? A5 for knight g4. Richard in deep thought.
Where did he thought his 40 minutes up to here? Because he played pretty fast.
Yeah, he was blitzing out till king d7. I think he started after bishop g5.
Mm-hmm.
So it must have been on rook f8 and bishop d6. And he does take the pawn. Queen takes d4 plate. Also, if this is good, once again, the question is why didn't Radjabov start with queen takes d5 and then take, no?
In d4.
What can white do?
Well, of course, white can go things like, I thought of, I wanted to go knight c3, knight g4, queen f8, but you have the intermediate position, so queen c4. So that's not a good
That's important
idea.
Let me try this.
And on knight g4, f3.
A5 scares me, stupid king.
Well, very understandable. What can white do at all?
Just doesn't work, no? It's too many enemy.
Yeah.
So what's Radjabov's move here? Let me see. Engine bar is still in the middle, says it's equal. Huh. Queen c3.
Well, isn't it the only move, kind of?
Queen e2 and knight c3 don't work. We have to stop knight g4. Here or here. Was black too?
Well, maybe c5.
Hmm. At least we don't get checkmated quickly, no? 92.
Bishop b7.
I don't know.
Takes.
Who's better and why? Maybe knight c4 first.
Well, this is a very big question in such a position with this very unique structure.
Knight c4, knight g4 scares me. Here, rook c8. So maybe it's just fine. Okay, so Radjabov has to be careful.
We have some moves happening in the Nakamura game, actually.
Let's go there. Ding decided to take the knight.
Take the knight and then go knight g5, giving up the pawn.
Huh.
So what does he want to play after rook a5? Queen b4, queen a4. So kind of, this is not the move. Probably he wants to go simply knight e6. Bishop d2, d4. Pushing d3. Looking for compensation.
I like it. At least he's not going to get checkmated here. But is it enough?
But we were discussing this, you remember? We were talking about this bishop b5 takes and knight c5 or knight g5. Maybe
What
after
was the
knight
verdict?
g5, rook g3, what do you think? Not taking the pawn?
Hey guys, I'm back. How about knight e4? I was going to say, Jan.
I'm looking for move repetitions here, but I don't think it's going to happen.
No, because after knight d4, rook d3 would be the move.
I hate it when they don't repeat.
You could also consider taking on e4 and queen g4, but maybe that's too much.
Looks quite scary too. If I go, but I don't know where. I don't like either direction.
Yeah, you go out, then I think takes and rook moves.
I must play one active move and hope.
Now h4, maybe? Is this a problem?
Knight d6.
It's hoping it's not that.
Take on h6, you want queen h4. Yeah, looks acceptable for black.
White can play some other move, I guess. Yeah, queen d3 or whatever.
Maybe queen d2 as well, just to take on g5. Or a5, but maybe not that way.
Board vision. I know still some questions to answer for Ding.
Rook d5, let's say.
David's thinking about rook g5, but will he do it?
Just bishop takes g5 now. Boring. But maybe does black have f6 after hg5, rook g5? Is that the plan?
Can take. I'm looking for drawn rook endings.
We could also play d3.
There's also rook takes g7 in that line, no? Rook takes after ef6, queen e2, and rook g7, queen h6, maybe.
Oof.
Queen check, and queen h5.
And then rook g8 or g8, you run. We should show this. Maybe it's f4. What next? That's the question.
Time for a quiet move.
How about rook g7 instead of queen g7 as well?
Trying to make a draw again.
Oh yeah, the king came from that. I was hoping king e6, f7. And
Yeah.
Wow, what a line. Forced draw.
There's nothing here. Help us, Judit.
Maybe g4, queen f7. But then f5, g4.
Yeah.
Mm.
If takes.
Queen e7 is...
that's checkmate.
Yeah,
I was thinking about this. It's less good.
Yes.
Mate in one is always...
That's helpful.
Nice. A surprise.
Yeah, this is decisive. Nice line.
There's also, if we backtrack the whole way back to before f6 in this line, maybe d3 for black. Hoping for rook e4, queen takes g5. least now f6
Now f6 gains in strength.
Yeah.
How did we end up here? I was rook g3, d4, and things happened.
So finally Nakamura started to think.
It's always a good feeling, no? Like, if it's a bit mixed because you probably didn't play the first computer move because that wouldn't have made them think. But it's also nice if there's no instant replies coming anymore.
Well, at the same time, it's not clear whether bishop b5 at all was checked. Because maybe you think, okay, bishop b5 ab, I have a little better position. It's one way. Fine, I'm going to play it. And of course, it's very complicated. Very complicated.
I mean, by the time it's moved 26, 27 like it is now, anything you check is going to be superficial anyway, right? It's going to be
I mean, there are
on the surface
alternatives, right? But it's interesting to give the pawn. Just give a5 and then just go knight e6 and d4. d3 reaching.
Good decision, definitely.
Well, it will take some years until we reach d2. I think we will reach only up to the
dream.
Yeah, rook g3 makes a lot of sense as well, just to prevent black's main plan. Rook takes a5 loses so much time.
Okay, let's have a quick look around. Nepomniachtchi against Duda.
Let's see what happened there.
So he played bishop c5, stopping f4 for now. Rook c1 was also played. Without b4, he went rook c1 directly, queen e7. Now king h2. Castles. Pawns were pushed. Too late for f6. He went h6. It's a bit cruel for bishop.
f5.
Would assume, no?
Must be critical.
What's his idea? Give the bishop or let it starve there?
Queen takes e5, just bishop f4, and you have to go back to e7. Right?
Oh, the other bishop was saying as well, yeah, so it doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, queen e7, but okay.
Yeah, well, it can't be enough.
No, it can't be. It can't be. But after f5, if you go back to h7, bishop f4, it looks very tough.
Do we flick in e4 first, or do we? I mean, f6 at some point is tempting, but at least you let the bishop out on h7.
If e4 was black to still bishop c7 or to take?
I mean, if the position opens up, even if white loses the e5 pawn, then black is just playing without a piece, right? So
yeah.
Maybe d4 just to lock it down, but surely white has a way to create something. Queen e1, queen g3, g5.
Looks horrible black's position, doesn't it? Like,
yeah, I mean, move by move, he needs to find a way to escape now. Win the e5 pawn somehow, bishop c7. But not easy.
Yeah, but actually it's going to be huge if Jan scores a full point today. Winning his third game.
+3. It's what he had last time around as well. No, like I think he had 4.5 out of 6. Then he lost to Maxime in the 7th.
Yes.
Yeah, he ended on +3. Is that right? He won it.
He won against Alexeyenko. Did he lose another one? No.
No,
I think he maybe only beat Alexeyenko in the second half, but it was enough.
He beat Wang Hao in the second half.
Of course, he beat Wang Hao as well, maybe.
Which was not an easy end game, I must say. I mean, it was very drawish.
Yeah. So maybe he finished on +4 in total.
Could be.
Yeah, good start though, if he can win this. I mean, if you don't play a 5, what else could he be thinking about? queen b3, maybe. Don't really know what the threat is. Rook to c5 is not really a big threat.
I can't stop thinking about Nepomniachtchi. I'm sure people know this. Did he lose to Ding in the second half, or did he have +4? I can look it up as well.
Yeah, I quite like queen b3, swing it to g3 and push some pawns, but
Probably that's what Nepo is also thinking about, that he has quite a few alternatives how to continue his position. But what I'm surprised at that the computer is not, I mean, the bar is completely equalish, right?
Yeah, it doesn't give much. That is surprising.
Which is kind of surprising with such a bishop after f5, bishop h7.
sometimes computers, I mean, even the modern super strong computers.
Evaluation.
Yeah, sometimes those long-term kind of the bishops being entombed, sometimes they don't get it. I actually remember I played Duda last year, I think, in the online Olympiad, and he did something similar to my bishop. And the computer the whole time said 0.0. And then we reached an endgame and I just couldn't move. I was a piece down. And they eventually changed their mind. But yeah, this one looks very nice for white. And big time advantage as well, as we're used to seeing from Jan.
Yeah.
Yeah, f5 is just too tempting though, I think. Why not?
Let's go.
Bishop f4.
This looks forced somehow to attack here quickly.
Yeah, f6 is also an immediate threat to win a piece there, because the c5 bishop is loose. So this is the position he's calculating. What did we predict in this game? I think I said a white win, but
maybe I switch to you. White loses.
No, too late. You
looking this h7 bishop there. Well, I can be saying that that's the winning bishop.
I had 4 draws. Duda has to hang in there, suffer a little. But yeah, it looks very, very unpleasant.
Nakamura took on a5.
Interesting.
Though he was spending quite some time, already half an hour altogether. So on this move, he was spending like 20 minutes.
Hikaru likes his pawns, though. I noticed. I watch his stream from time to time. He's always grabbing pawns in blitz games and just surviving long enough to convert the pawn. Okay.
Makes things easier. Things position a bit easier to play. No, it's more compact. You don't have to worry about getting checkmated here anymore.
Maybe you can even go for the b5 pawn at some point.
Sorry.
Where does white put the bishop? d2? Is that the?
No, it's what we had earlier. I'm not sure where it goes.
Knight d4 might sometimes be maybe bishop d2, knight d4 is nothing.
Also hard. If we move away, then the d pawn becomes more optimistic.
Yeah, queen b4 sometimes as well.
Yeah.
Suddenly, I like Ding's chances, to be honest, just in a practical sense.
Yeah, I agree. I'm surprised by his rook a5. Might be good, but at least it's easy to play.
Queen and knight's always so easy to play, right? Just queen and knight against queen and bishop.
Yeah, it's interesting that in the last 3 moves, it became such an interesting transition, this position. It seemed like it was still attacking before knight b5.
That's a trend as well. Once a player who's prepared 15, 20 moves long, often the first kind of time they're surprised or the first time they have to think for themselves, it tends to be maybe not the best decisions. We saw that with Farouj early in the tournament.
Bishop d2.
Yeah, it's also the problem that the theory nerds have, because often you're not warmed up. Yeah, even if everything happens as you want, you surprise your opponent's sitting there working hard for an hour, figuring out the detail of the position. Then he makes a move you haven't thought about. and you have some position where maybe you know it's 0-30, but you're starting completely cold while your opponent is already feeling what's going on. So yeah, it's very hard.
Yeah, even if this isn't a mistake from Hikaru, maybe the momentum changes and he starts to realize he should have thought of it earlier. But yeah, d4 on the board.
At least it's easy to play now. Push, rook can go to d5, the queen goes wherever it fits.
Very easy to play it with black, much easier than with white.
Sure.
And there are no dreams of having the rook on g3 anymore.
For white, it's all kinds of tough decisions. No, like, do you touch this pawn? What do you do with the rook?
Yeah. I mean, what else do you do if you don't play f4? Rook a3 maybe? Or...
Yeah.
Rook a3, d3.
Yeah.
Knight f4.
Mm-hmm. They're coming.
Jump around.
Or, yeah. Maybe king h1 or rook f3. Yeah. But maybe black plays knight e2 and take on e5 here. Equal somehow.
takes queen b5.
Yeah. Or queen b, yeah, one of the pawns.
Mm-hmm. Naka is not going to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot bet on him.
I agree. Alireza in deep thought, trying to figure out if we should play e4 or one of the more solid lines, knight e2, knight c3, whatever. Rajav played the only move, queen c3. And yeah, it seemed like Richard was doing fine. He will decide where to go now. I decide to go to my coffee machine and we'll be back in a couple minutes. Thanks for watching.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you. And I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind-the-scenes insights. See you then.
A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody! My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 6 of the FIDE Candidates Tournament. All 4 games still going. Where do you want to go?
Ooh, excitement everywhere. Maybe Rajabov against Rapport. It's been a pawn sacrifice, at least. Knight d2, allowing rook takes b2, but...
So we've seen queen c3. Rapport gave a check, only move. Takes, rook b8, knight d2.
It's good that you were playing out these moves, how we got the queens exchanged.
Yeah, I was confused.
I'm not going to be asking what about long castle.
Or short castle.
Would be a nice line, no? Long castle, bishop a3, knight c4.
Knight c4.
But not allowed.
So knight c4 immediately, I guess, is the idea. And after bishop b4 check, king f1, the rook is trapped.
Ouch.
And there's no rook takes f. Oh, unless there's knight g4 here, maybe, but...
Could be good, no?
David, this is how you should be playing in events, you know?
I'm too scared to play like this.
Pieces. I mean, look at this.
I would be scared that white can just stop rook takes f2 and the rook on b2 is trapped. I mean, this looks great for black, no? This...
Yeah. He did take.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, I mean, in a game, I would rule out rook takes b2, knight c4, done.
Is it a poisoned one or it's not a poisoned one? But the question is after knight c4, where first of all this bishop b4, but even if I just go to b5 or go somewhere back or rook b4, let's say.
Yeah. Yeah, this knight on d5, if it gets there for black, holds everything.
How's the position? I take, give a check maybe.
Knight d5 and you take on h5.
Take. Yeah. Doesn't look too bad, no?
Rook b2.
Rook b2, rook d2.
Yeah, I wanted to give a check and force a draw, but bishop d1 is maybe a good way to block.
But let's see whether it's really possible to sacrifice. How was that after knight c4?
We gave a check.
And knight, yeah, king f1.
King d1, rook f2 doesn't seem to work. So here, knight g4. We can't allow this, so probably f3 is a move.
f3, maybe there's a check on f2 and bishop c5.
Oh, yeah. Takes.
And rook take. Oh, rook a2, king h2.
Rook f4.
Yeah, rook f4.
Rook c4 and then takes on h5.
Ah, who's better? No idea. Those white pawns look pretty good though on the king side.
Well, bishop d6 because it's some funny things going on. Still, king h3 would be mate. Rook c3, rook g3.
Maybe white goes back to g1. So king h3.
Well, that's
offering a draw.
At least it's a draw, but what about g3? That's the big question.
Check and king h3. Yeah?
King c7.
Rook c3 and then rook f3.
Also looks very good.
Everything becomes so forced.
Yeah, calculation everywhere. I mean, the fact that after rook takes b2, Rajabov has started to think maybe he underestimated this knight g4 idea.
So after
I have another move here. I was hoping for some stupid move.
Knight e3. Knight e3 makes sense.
Knight takes king f2. It's still equal material.
B2.
Takes.
H takes g4. And if you go rook d1, I go king c7, rook d3, g3.
It's never too late to checkmate. If it was Fischer random chess, I could put the rook on h1 over to f1, and then it's perfect.
Castle.
That was the way how Fabi played yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Having his king on e1 and played rook f1.
How did we get here? It was this line and f3. Huh.
Yeah, what else other than f3?
Just seems to work for black now. Is there another move than knight c4? We can't castle, as we know.
Bishop takes. Nah.
Yeah, I was also wondering.
It's rook takes f6, maybe. There's always this bishop b4 check game time. Wherever the knight goes.
Yeah, just
No, I
doesn't work, does it?
I think knight c4 has to be the move. I mean, if let's say rook b2, you go rook d1.
But bishop b4 is a bit.
Cast.
Still not allowed.
King f1, sorry. And then h5.
You could be really flashy and go knight g4 then. Offering a discover check, but which one?
Trying to transpose it.
Oh wait, is there
interesting?
After knight c4? Oh wait, can I count? Bishop d8 I was hoping for, but there's rook takes f2 and then rook takes d8, rook takes. Oh, maybe knight takes b2.
Knight b2.
I'll pretend I saw that one. Rook back to f8 though, maybe there.
Yeah, but then knight d3, knight d3, knight d2, knight d1.
Everything just flying off the board. And h5 will drop at the end in some ways.
b7. g3, right?
Yeah.
We still don't know who's better and why.
Yeah. If that c8 bishop was out, black's definitely better, but it's not clear. Bad pawn structure.
Very interesting. Something had to be actually maybe not miscalculated, because after rook b8 it was not easy to make a move, by the way. I mean, after rook b8 there is no move.
True.
I mean, bishop c1 is not going to be the temptation.
b3, bishop e5 has its own drawbacks.
Yeah.
So maybe black is really doing fine already. Rook b2, knight c4, check, king f1, knight g4. David's attack.
Oof, I mean, I got there by blundering the rook on b2 being trapped. Yeah, knight g4.
What did we play on f3?
We gave a check
That's
and bishop c5.
Check and here.
I mean, this feels like the critical line somehow. So we were thinking take on g4 here and then rook f4 check.
But then we changed, didn't we change our mind instead of rook f2? Instead of rook f4?
But
It went rook c4 now.
And here we were thinking gh, bishop d6 check.
If we give a check,
That's
you also
my
give a
question.
check, yeah?
We had no opportunity to give the check beforehand, right?
Not
Maybe
with
here.
the h1 rook.
But with the other rook, yeah.
No, we could. Let's say I go instead of f3, I include rook d1 check first. But then probably my a2 pawn will be hanging. f3.
Ideally, white wants to check with the h1 rook, right? Just can't get there in time.
Yes.
f3, maybe just now.
Maybe we start with bishop c5 to be fancy.
Also just rook takes a2 minimum, yeah.
Rook a2.
Ah, the rook was hanging.
Yeah. And now knight f2 is underway as well. Okay, so I'm not gaining anything here, to say the least.
You could flick in the rook d1 check after bishop. No, not after bishop c5.
Okay, so we go back, not rook d1. Yeah, rook
so
c5.
not rook d1 here, rook d2.
No, that does not work.
So f takes.
F takes. Black can't I take h takes g4? No, because king h2. I wanted rook f3, but then knight e5 is the unpleasant surprise.
So close.
Okay, so rook f4, king h2, rook c4.
Check. Can black give a check? Guess king h1.
What is the position if we
threat.
take rook d6?
Yeah,
What if my exchange? Give up my exchange. Rook d1 check and gh5.
Very ambitious, but maybe e5. Just want to get my bishop out finally.
On bishop e7?
Yeah, bishop e7, rook f2. Oh, bishop t6, you mate.
e6.
Nearly mating me.
Rook b1.
King a5. Let's go.
Bishop e5.
Yeah, what next? The black king is not happy. There's no mate here, right? No.
What a mess.
What a mess. Bishop g3, I guess, at the minimum, but rook takes a2. Oof. All forced. Clearly.
Yeah. This will happen.
Yeah.
How's the job of looking?
Well,
Calculating. He played knight c4. Here we go.
Okay. He's got enough time as well. 37 minutes. Made a lot of moves.
Yeah. Well, move 24. Could still get interesting. Or it's already interesting. I mean,
so here we were calculating bishop b4, and if not, then rook b4, maybe. I mean, bishop b4 is the ambitious way, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Or rook somewhere.
Hard to imagine that Richie is not thinking about this.
It's too tempting, right?
Okay, let's see what happens on the other boards. Alireza against Fabi. He didn't go e4 directly. He went knight d2, queen e7, knight f3. But white's play is so slow. Black is to be fine now.
Where to put the knight though?
Knight to b4.
b4. Yeah. What's this idea? Bishop
g5.
Bishop g5. Even if black just takes it, I mean, h6. Knight f3.
It's fine now. Better bishop.
Knight c6.
You can also go simply rook e8, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, or rook e8 or rook c5.
Or e5 was hanging. Queen e5. Though maybe knight e5 is also possible.
Rapport played bishop b4 check in the meantime. Yeah, here Fabi's fine at least. No, I'm not sure if he's better, but it's
Rook c5 as well, maybe. Yeah, it looks perfectly fine for Fabi. I mean,
feels like Alireza has to be slightly careful, no, to keep the balance actually.
Yeah, the white queen on h5 could easily be offside if there's no attack.
This bishop is stupid. Okay. Ding has played queen to c5. Easier to play for black, no?
He starts to speed up.
What does Nakamura want? Rook g3? Why else to bring the rook back to a3? Yeah, d3 looks
in d3.
Tempting. Rook. Yeah, if I go to e4, you go queen c2 maybe.
Yeah.
No, it can be very dangerous later, I think, for white, this pawn. And the e6 knight is defending everything, right? You just go away with your king to f8 or to h8, and it's not so easy for white to move forward unless you can run to h5 with your queen. But the question is, after d3, if rook e1, anyway, rook queen c2?
She takes h6, maybe.
h6 is hanging this way.
Ooh, d2. Rook f1.
Hanging in there.
Temporarily, white's 2 pawns up. So. I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, what happens if black just
Queen h5.
Goes with the king? Ah, okay, king h7, queen h5.
Anyway, just whatever you do, queen h5. If you're not going to take my bishop in the next move.
Oh.
Then maybe we should start with this, not to stop queen h5 at least.
And then rook e1. Making space for queen h5.
Somewhere, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it's about calculation again, purely. Can black just
take the pawn?
Yeah, bishop takes h6.
Rook e4?
Yeah, could we start with d3, rook e1 maybe? And then take on b5? Oh, I don't know if I'm getting mated. D2 maybe?
D2.
Nice.
Just, yeah, hoping for rook e2, of course, but in general, just trying to pin down the queen to d1.
And after rook e4, what do you do?
Then I think queen takes. Oh. I'm not even threatening queen c1, am I?
There. You think you can do anything?
Not really, but I mean,
happens though?
Well, don't be shy. You think you can do anything? Isn't this the fact? King h2.
If I was playing this game, I would be having a heart attack. But yeah, bishop takes g7 now. Throw.
It will come.
King h2 is nice. Just stopping all the payloads.
g6, queen h5 looks matey as well.
And after queen c1, let's say, you know what I do? Not queen h1.
Sorry, it's a mouse slip.
No, if instead of g6, you go queen there, I think bishop g7 wins.
Oof.
And bishop f6, rook h4.
Nice. Very nice. Who needs queens anyway?
We can get one more, but it's not going to change.
Yeah, checkmate incoming.
No way out.
Oh. So I'm going to watch.
Yeah, king h2. Wow.
Once I won a game against Kamsky, that it was an endgame, and I played the quiet move, and I allowed him to queen, his second queen. And I moved out with the king and had no more check and couldn't stop the mate.
The 2 queens down. Oh.
Yeah, no, one queen down, but he had 2 queens. I had only one.
Okay.
But to allow with the check to queen your opponent when you haven't both queens are still on the board, that was quite unexpected.
It's the most satisfying feeling. Queen sacrifices.
What about
Is there any hope to chicken out here?
Oh, that's clever. Rook G7 doesn't.
We would need our king on H2 already.
Yeah. Rook G4.
Queen E5.
Queen E5. Yeah, that's a joy killer.
These are the typical things, though. When you play against an engine, you know that.
Yeah, you can't go for checkmate against an engine.
You can be smart, but the engine will outsmart you and smile.
Yeah, Rook D3.
Yeah.
Trading off the attacker. Logical. F3 looks like too much here. Keep the rook on the board. Then the white queen can't join.
Yeah, we cut off our queen.
How about rook takes G7, knight takes G7, then king H2? Just...
I
mean, it can't work, but queen G4 is a threat.
Nice try, though.
I'm inspired by your
maybe queen D7 also. F5?
Yeah, F5 might be
a killer.
Yes.
Okay, let's let Hikaru figure it out. And Nepomniachtchi.
Let's see this
He
one.
doesn't want to block the bishop out. He wants to checkmate. G5.
I mean, this looks massive. I mean, just first glance.
Obviously, probably the computer says 0, 0, 0.
I can see the life bar. It gives white a tiny advantage, but nothing special.
But this is the type of tiny advantage. You were talking computer language earlier. I mean, this is the type that can grow massively. One wrong move by black, and it's just.
But practically none of us would take black here. Huh? I mean,
no chance. Not even a pawn up.
So after H5, simply F5 is a killer, or what? My only question is why bishop D4.
D4, G6.
G6.
That is trapped.
So this is why he went G5 first. Takes, bishop E5, bishop F4.
Bishop takes G6.
I don't know if it does anything.
It does.
Check.
Oh, yeah, this everything's blocked towards the white king. The black rooks can't get through. At least this is slightly murky. It's a few pawns.
That looks so scary.
So maybe black has to take on G5?
Yeah, and you want to play rook takes C5 there and F5, right? No.
Yeah, well, think about it. Takes an F5, even that looks nice, but back. No need. Everything looks nice for white. So takes. He did take. I guess HG.
But now white has plans like queen H4, king G3, rook H1.
Well, okay, black can also try to play bishop F5.
Queen H4 to stop your king march.
King H7, king G6. I love that.
This stops it.
Stops king H7.
Prophylaxis.
What's the plan? King G3, of course, and rook H1.
Not sure that's even checkmate if black plays F6 at the right time, but yeah, I mean, it could well be. I mean, it's hanging by a thread for black already. C5 just always dropping.
Bishop B4 he went.
Bishop B4. That's
After
random.
And the bar has shot
strong.
up.
The bar is not a fan. Just takes an F5?
Yeah, takes an F5. Well, probably it will be a piece. Sac, queen B2. And then g6 takes queen e5.
Doesn't look too bad now. We take, what, 4 pawns?
Is there an argument for e6 after queen takes b2, just to keep the queen, I mean, keep stuff on the board after queen takes b2, e6?
Strong.
I'm trying to be more attacking today.
Yeah, that's nasty.
I mean, f takes e6, g6.
What about bishop f5?
ef.
Takes
Hide.
You told me that that's the location.
Made it.
Rook f6 check or something. Or maybe just rook f1, set up rook f6 check.
Rook f6 takes king f7.
Yeah. I was semi-joking with this one, but rook.
Jan, what happened with David here?
It's a new guy. This polite guy, like maybe I could retreat my bishop, is gone now. It's just boom, rook f5, e6, rook f6.
We've swapped roles, you did.
I should be the one who is sacrificing pieces non-stop, whether it's good or bad. I just get rid of them, right? And then you just play rook f6 and you want to give checkmate. Every position, whether you're playing with white or black, doesn't matter.
I've been inspired. I wish I was playing a tournament right now, tomorrow.
Yeah, you should.
But just rook c, f1, and rook f6 is coming, right?
This looks good too, no? Prepare a check.
And after queen e2, you want to go rook f6. Yeah, that's
exactly.
That's quite annoying. Yeah, this is overdoing things, what I did.
No, e6 looks crushing. So what does he want?
Yeah. G6 is just too ugly to consider.
Well, that's...
Still e6 maybe, yeah.
Well, f6 doesn't look too bad either.
Yeah, f6 you just give a bunch of pawns and win a bishop up in the endgame.
And even the a7 bishop is in the way because it cannot escape. Or you want to go e6?
Both look very tempting, no?
At least here, what's the knockout after gf? Yeah.
But that's not so easy.
No. That's good. Let's go f6.
Queen
b2.
I mean, just rook b1, rook takes b7 looks very tempting.
This is just a negative bishop, yeah? Stopping. Blocking the luft, not contributing.
You can throw it to me, I accept it anyway.
You would take it, yeah? Like,
yeah, I mean, I would allow black to have a free square for the king.
Yeah.
The type of diagram you see in books regularly.
Yeah, but you think it's a misprint, right?
Should be a pawn, but you take a pawn over a bishop here every time, right?
By the way, we did good. They got this position. Knight g4, f3, check, bishop c5, rook f4, king h2.
Incredible how funny games Rapport is playing in this previous round also against Fabi, you know?
By the way, he's thinking. Is he thinking about 93 here?
So far.
That's really clever.
Actually, it could be missed by Rapport as well.
It's not the kind of move you calculate in advance, no? Like hanging the piece with check.
Rook takes g4. I'll just rook h3 maybe.
93 is what a tricky move.
Yeah, we...
Bishop e3 and rook g4.
And bishop e... yeah, bishop...
Too many bishops.
H5 doesn't... It's too confusing, all these bishops.
Well, bishop f4 check is possible. King g1. It's unbelievable.
Oh, but maybe that... Oh, wait. No, rook takes g5. Not
one. E5.
Black escapes.
Let's see Rajabov. Well, if he's thinking this position, he's obviously considering 93.
But hold on, let's say knight e3. I like that. Knight e3, king, it takes king h2, rook g4. What if I just takes bishop e3?
Back
and
here.
Then, yeah, bishop g5, but maybe rook d1 check and bishop c5.
Where the king goes.
Ah, you go, you don't know where you go. Okay.
I think earlier white could have flicked a check in to
But then
force king
bishop
c7.
Sorry?
Yeah, white could have flicked in rook d1 first to check to force.
But I want him
c7.
to go to e8, so let him go.
Oh, you want to?
Why should I force him to make the best move?
Good question. Good question.
Then bishop g5. I thought it's.
Yeah, that bishop on c8.
It's not pleasant.
Knight e3 is on the board.
Nice spot.
Yeah, it's definitely not obvious unless you got someone tapping you on the shoulder saying, think now.
Okay, takes king h2, rook g4. And what did we look on bishop h5? It was bishop f4 only, right? Or we have something else too?
I was trying to make rook takes g5 work, but it doesn't quite. Hg, rook h8, king g3 saves the bishop.
No, this is better for white, I think.
How is this endgame after just bishop takes f4 and say king g3?
Yeah,
oh,
check.
wait, you can take h4. Yeah,
Pawns up.
that's a problem. Yeah, I was hoping for rook takes f4.
King g1 is only. And then rook g3 and black is better, right?
It's...
Because rook
wait.
f5.
Yeah. Pawn up as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So wait, so we've got... Wow.
What is this?
Rook takes g5.
It's probably nonsense.
Rook g5.
Rook g5 is
yeah,
killer, unfortunately.
Really?
Too many bishops.
So Rapport took on e3 and
Yeah.
predicting king h2.
I beg to differ.
Prediction?
Okay. Is hg a move here? It's probably not needed to.
Takes. Well, g3.
It's not the prettiest pawn structure to give an
No.
exchange.
Bishop on c8 is not. If it would be on d5, let's say.
Yeah,
then
that's
we could talk
nice.
about it.
He's forgotten to move it for 35 moves. Rapport.
So we're expecting this.
And bishop
Now
h5.
it's a decision, yeah, bishop e3 or bishop h5.
Okay, once more, bishop e3
Or check first, yeah.
or check
This
first.
time I go here.
3.
Maybe the other rook, I don't know.
Rook takes.
Why not the other rook, actually? So I can go rook b1 later.
Okay. Very good idea. And rook b1.
Playing for checkmate.
That's neat.
Just, I mean, black needs to get the c8 bishop out. Maybe c5 is. Oh, actually, wait. There's no time to get bishop b7.
Yeah.
Rook f5.
I would be worried a little bit about
Oh.
black's position. Bishop d6.
Wildly.
King d7, bishop e5.
7.
Ugh, yeah. Rook d5 at least is coming. So maybe bishop,
Yeah, bishop e5 is a move.
yeah. King e7. Ugh, it just feels wrong somehow. But I'm running.
This is not
Yes.
necessarily the position where black will play for a win, though they're still.
There was also a check here. Yeah, this was
King c6, rook dc1.
This guy. Yeah.
Okay, so king b7 was.
Always got to step into it. At some point, a4.
Oh yeah, even then, I mean, Black's walking a tightrope. Once you stop rook b5, now it's more scary.
This is not what Black wants.
No. But
So
can
how
he
was
avoid
it?
it?
Rook
So we
b1.
went
It's a
rook
little bit-
hd1.
This kind of position, it resembles a little bit this Najdorf poisoned pawn variation, right?
Yeah.
Where you have all kind of pawns and maybe extra pawns, but somehow your black squares are something to worry about.
There's even a similar pawn structure in that poison pawn with e6 and c6 ending up sometimes.
Takes
b1.
b1. What about bishop d7? I'm losing immediately on the spot with bishop c5, bishop d6. And what about bishop b7?
How about bishop b6 and rook d6? Oh no, but then c5 is coming.
That's the way, maybe.
Yeah.
Huh?
It feels like white should have enough compensation anyway, somehow, but it is 2 pawns.
Yeah, and at least king doesn't get checkmated so easily. Huh.
Yeah, bishop b7 is very clever.
Rook f5. Huh?
Up and now bishop b6.
Ah, yeah. Sorry.
Ah, that means Black's rook has to go passive. That's not good.
Well, then you go bishop or rook d6.
Yeah,
Rook d or just rook d3. E5. Oh no, rook e5, bishop b6, king c8, rook d1, bishop a8.
Sorry, where are we?
Lovely bishops in this whole round.
We play rook d3, e5. And let's say check, maybe king c8, rook d1, bishop a8. Very nice. I give it check on d8. Rook d7 is also doesn't look too bad. But let's say just takes and bishop c5.
Whose bishop is worse? This bishop on a8
Oh
or Duda's
my,
bishop?
this e8 bishop. Ooh.
Even keeps the king tight to it. Yeah, this is annoying.
2 pawns
For
though.
sure. I don't know how and what will happen, but this is not going to be
terrible. Yeah.
It looks also quite annoying, but c5 I can go.
Yeah, I mean, all white needs is a pawn on a5, and that's just zugzwang eternally in some lines.
Rook g4 is on the board. So now the question is how Rajabov is continuing. Bishop h5, rook d1, or bishop e3. I think practically this is the 3 options, right?
Yeah.
Does it hurt flicking in rook d1 anyway if you're going to take on h5?
Guys, I think Jan is already winning.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this line happened. David's e6 was played.
Oh, okay. He took on b2. I mean, yeah, maybe there was just nothing else.
Takes g6.
Well, f5 maybe.
Sure if we have to take immediately, but at some point.
Well, it's not a must. Yeah, you can go to b1 or.
b1, what does black have to do? Queen e5. Oh, it's
Queen
not
e-
going to be enough. Yeah. How many pawns? Queen takes g3, rook e2.
No, rook F.
White doesn't have that many pawns left, but
Can I take on A2 there? No pawns anymore.
Yeah, maybe I should have gone A4
Yeah. Or rook takes A7.
or rook A7.
But maybe white, I mean, maybe Jan, the other Jan, Nepo once more.
yeah, this doesn't look hopeless, does it?
After E6, I mean, there's an argument for rook E1 now, maybe. Rook B1. And then G6.
It's quite strange that Nepo is thinking. Does he have something else? You know what he's thinking about? F6 instead of rook B1.
Mm-hmm.
Queen C7. Some not very small problems.
For illustrative purposes.
Queen is agile.
So after F6, rook D7, or what is the move? Then G6.
Still have this, yeah.
But maybe that's not the end of the world for black. Rook D7,
There.
G6, GF.
And King H8.
And King H8, yeah. Suddenly the attack changes hands.
Fine. Punchback.
That's a lot of pawns as well for black.
That's a plot twist, yeah.
So after F6, rook D7.
Yeah, of course, white has to be very careful because at this stage the black bishop can come out unless we play G6. F7 takes G6.
Yep.
Very generous with the pawns today.
But maybe just takes, bishop takes, Queen E5 check, and then rook F8.
Yeah. Quite stable.
And okay, 4 pawns for the piece is not bad.
Yeah. I mean, there were a few lines there, rook F1 as well after G6. Simply, and take on E2. GH, King H8. Ah, but maybe here, Queen G6, maybe it's not out of the woods yet. Yeah, I like that other line you did mention. Maybe you take it, yeah. Wow, so maybe, I mean, he must be doing well, but we're yet to find a completely convincing knockout blow for white.
I'll take one little peek at the engine if it says it exists. Rook B1, it likes best.
And then G6.
Knockout, or G6 first. Yeah.
At least this takes away the option of queen back to E5 immediately. So we have one move here.
This is the engine line, rook B7, rook E7, and it says white is much better.
Here we can trade rooks and take on F5, I guess.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, hard to argue.
Still some work to be done, at least. But this must be winning. Must be winning.
Switched off again.
Okay, so maybe Jan calculating stuff like F6, and yeah, we'll jump back to that.
Yeah, F6, G6, rook B1, right? So those are the options. Let him think.
Rather him than us.
Let's jump to Hikaru for...
Yeah, rook G3, D3 is on the board.
And we see that Hikaru went down lower time than Ding, while he had an hour extra time at certain
Also,
again.
feels like it often happens, no? When you blitz out your first, whatever it is, 25 moves, and then you spend all your time on the next 3 moves. Like it's...
It's always the way, right? Either
either
Ding would have lost on time and Hikaru would have blitzed the whole game, or a situation like this. So we thought rook E4, Queen C2 was just quite decent for black.
What was our line? Rook E1, and we had
rook E1, and we got
all kinds of tries. Queen B5, Bishop H6, D2. I think this was the main line. No?
Yeah.
Rook Rook e4, rook d3, something.
Maybe there was an argument for queen h5 rather than bishop takes h6 now.
Yeah, rook e1 on the board. Oops, sorry. Takes, and here queen h5. Yeah?
Or queen, yeah, queen g4 would have been hit by rook d4, I guess. So.
So what if here black goes king f8, starts running?
Mm-hmm. Rook f3, maybe? Subtle threat.
Rook e7?
Yeah, I was trying to stop you running. Rook d7 I could have taken on h6, but yeah, this way is
Yeah, I'm
open.
path there the right way.
Yeah. Yeah, you do have a path out. Bishop takes h6.
I take it.
Yeah, I wanted to go like rook d1 here and just preempt you going to the d file. But
So you think you can do anything?
I've sacrificed enough pieces today to last a lifetime.
It's like David is like sacrificing whatever. If it's check, if it's immediate mate, or he just plays rook d1 after sacrifice.
What about king h2?
The important thing is just to sacrifice and have less pieces, right?
I mean, this definitely feels like too much for white, but
yeah, there I go king e8.
yeah,
after
yeah, queen takes h6, there's queen takes e5. That's the problem, right? Yeah, maybe other problems, but
So, but actually, why couldn't you take only h6 after king f8?
In after rook f3, rook d7.
No, instead
rook
of
e7.
f3. Is it possible to take king e7?
And rook d1.
And rook d1, of course. And queen e5, I guess.
Queen e5.
So if queen f6, king d7, rook d1, king c8.
Yeah, and queen takes f7. It's a lot of pawns, but
well, I think this is a very important question, whether really after queen h5, queen b5 is on the board.
Actually, here, I mean, even here, queen f5 or something, and it's a lot of pawns.
But let's see, if bishop h6, we said d2, right? I think this is the main question.
So white is a pawn up, not that it really matters at the moment, but yeah, this d2 pawn is a beast.
We didn't check if it can be taken, but it looks too ugly to even consider, no?
Queen h5 played.
Wow, okay.
Here so it comes.
King f8 we were discussing, right?
The thing just blitz out king f8.
By the way, what happens if queen b2 here?
Yeah. Bishop h6.
b2.
Rook d1, I guess. Unless you want to somehow give up a queen and with check again.
Not quite.
King h2 next move, pre-move.
That's the threat. And can black go rook d5?
So you want to defend with queen takes e5 in almost every line. F4 feels a bit odd. At least it cuts the black queen's diagonal.
Yeah. Threat is king h2, as usual.
Of course. Of course. What
who needs taking on g7 when you've got king h2?
As it was said, yes, threat is stronger than the execution.
I never got that saying.
Is there queen c2 in some?
Trying to bail out by taking.
And queen h7.
But we're not taking back. Ah, that's way. That way.
I'm not sure we need rook d5 because sometimes here f5 is going to cut the queen off.
Yeah, no, I don't.
But Did it again. I was wondering why you weren't taking the queen on d1, but
Just to show off. But I guess you go this way.
yeah, maybe queen c2 here as well.
King h2.
Queen h7.
H7.
Not sure there's a threat.
King
No,
f8.
F4.
King f8, bishop g7.
King h8 maybe is the threat.
Yeah, king h8.
Break the pin and win.
c5,
right.
c4, c3 is also.
That's the sadistic way of winning.
f4.
Here?
f5.
Was there also
Well, white is struggling.
white is struggling? After f4, maybe also knight takes f4.
Yeah, that's already possible indeed. So okay, after queen h5. By the way, after queen b2, maybe you just take queen h6, not with the bishop.
Ah, that's clever.
And after rook d5, let's say queen e3. Though black is better, I'm sure. Queen d4 or something.
c5, c4.
Or just c5, c4, yeah. No, this e6 knight is so incredible. Incredible defender, and one day it goes knight d4 to e2, let's say.
Yeah. What a night.
Oh, what a night.
So Dick is going to win his first game.
You think it's over?
Evaluation bar
It's
says.
over. I said it
Nothing.
he will.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, we're being told by our producer as well today that apparently big developments in Fallujah against Caruana.
Did he blunder? Alireza never blunders.
No, it's just simplification, no?
Apparently f5 is clever here, but I mean, this is computer
get it.
stuff.
Ah, you mean there is a blunder f5, bishop f5, queen e8?
Oh.
Yeah. That is.
Even if you see that, do you want to go f5?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? Give away all the light squares.
We are not so greedy after all.
I don't know. Like a bishop and a pawn and all the light squares, that feels like enough for a rook, no?
e5 is a bit weak.
Yeah, but the black queen defends the white squares, right? Rook d8.
Yeah, black's rooks do have some open lines as well. So
Yeah, I mean, knight d4 is in there.
put a black rook on f6, you defend everything. Yeah.
Excellent place for the rook. And even threatening with g6 sometimes.
It's opposites day today. Like David is sacrificing every piece. Judith is arguing for grabbing the material and defending. What's going on?
And you say 4 draws are expected.
No. Could still happen. I haven't given up.
We've seen worse, right? We've seen wilder positions and in draws already this tournament.
But actually today again we are just spoiled with the games. I mean, look all the games. Of course, Rapport we don't have to introduce. He's just doing his usual stuff. But Nepo Jan-Krzysztof game, still a lot of fun.
Every game is fine. This one was a boring one, but here after f5 it could also get very exciting.
I mean, it must be on his radar if he's stopped to think right now, because otherwise you just play queen, I don't know, d6 and equal.
And look how much time Alireza went down. 11 minutes left only for 19 moves.
Ooh.
Wow.
So that's big information, I think, here.
Come on, Fabi, give us some action.
Yeah. I mean, body language.
He'll play f5.
Yeah. Fallujah looks suddenly tense. It's as if he's thinking, oh, don't play f5, don't play f5, don't see f5.
Or do play f5.
Yeah.
Do you think he could blunder this idea?
It's tough to spot, no? F5 and Queen E8.
I think I would blunder it, probably.
Also, is he worse if he does some... If he starts with Bishop H3, let's say?
That's what I think he should. Well, takes and Queen B4.
It's unpleasant, yeah? Stupid queen.
Yeah. At least this one. Queen F5, G6. Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, but this is what you spotted out before, that the white queen on H5 could be somehow lonely and completely out of the game, right? So maybe he just thought, well, okay, let's simplify. But actually, here Queen D3, then takes, and Knight E5. Yeah, and F7 is hanging. So if black wants to just to not to play F5, then probably Queen D6, Queen E7, something like that.
Even here, white needs to be slightly accurate to get the queen back. But Fabi, I mean, if F5, Queen E8, if you spot it, I mean, how much risk is attached?
No, but I think he has to
Very
go.
spotted.
Yeah.
He has to go F5 because, well, maybe also objectively is the best, but he cannot be worse there. He should be better there if he plays accurately. And Alireza has 11 minutes. That's also, I mean, you have to take these decisions because after Queen D6, I don't think he will win, even though it's unpleasant for white.
Fabi is a maximalist as well. So even if it's slightly risky, as long as he sees there's nothing concretely wrong with F5.
Let's say F5. He takes, bishop takes F5, right? Queen E8. Maybe Queen H3, not to G4. So
difference.
I don't know, Knight H4. Knight G5. What about Knight G5? Or Rook F5. Then Rook F5, sorry.
Rook F5, yeah, very nice.
So Knight H4, let's say.
Just Rook F6, say.
That's a problem for white, that I'm not sure how strong is this F5 bishop.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of black's pieces are just perfect, defensively and ready to pounce. Wow, big moment. Firouzja, yeah, just missing some small things throughout the tournament.
Yeah. Here, we just don't have enough. Yeah? Checking H8. Always the same.
Yeah. Maybe put a bishop on D5 last move and just hope.
Yeah. No, white doesn't resign yet, but he's worse, no?
Although H5, maybe you do resign.
Maybe it does resign.
Whoops. Yeah, one of those. One of those slips.
But I think in these things, Fabiano is extremely good. He's calm, maybe not that calm.
Just calculates, no?
But calculates like a robot.
Yeah.
We have action.
Robot.
We have also action. Actually, it's happening at the Hikaru's game. Queen B.
Also, this is happening.
Everything is happening here, what we look.
We're so strong.
And we are playing on 4 boards, right?
It's a simul.
A simul against a bunch of super grandmasters. Yeah. Wow, so this one, bishop takes H6. I mean, D2 looks forced almost. And we thought
D1, and here we were undecided. Yeah, Queen C2 was the favorite.
You know, guys, Rook D5 is a draw, if not Queen C2. There is an immediate draw by, oops,
F5 happened.
EF5.
EF. Okay, but that's sad.
Well, Rook F6.
Just looks
Rook F6.
Really
Does he want to go G4?
Of course, we want to go G4. It's not our game, yeah.
I mean, Rook E1 as well.
G4, G5.
Wow. That is passing USC every day.
I don't know, bishop g2 and h4 next.
Yeah. Or bishop f1 maybe as well.
Yeah.
Worst comes to worst, you play queen somewhere, e8, f7.
Yeah. Doesn't look great for white, does it?
But rook f6, maybe rook e1 and...
Well, actually, rook f6 is not an obligatory, and queen f7, for example.
Yeah, I like the look of that.
Alireza's going down.
Yeah.
Rough game for him. No, he tried this queen d3 surprise. Fabi equalized and felt like he couldn't quite decide between equalizing and playing for an edge. Somehow.
But if you think about it, if you think about it, Alireza went wrong already starting from queen g4.
Yeah.
That was the wrong path.
It's just so strange, though. He chose this opening, prepared it. Feels like he's over-pressing. He sometimes does that, right, against the top.
Okay, but on the other hand, Fabi is reacted very well. Very calmly, going to the symmetrical game. Let's play. And whenever he has the opportunity to grab a chance, he grabs it.
I feel it's the wrong strategy against Fabi. You just need to let him do the pressing and do the work. Yeah, just looking great now.
Okay.
I think, should we check out the other games again?
Yeah, quick tour. Richard played rook e8. That we didn't have.
I don't like that.
Did we not have rook e8?
We did have it because we spotted the rook can't go forward.
No,
we did have it. Yeah.
But now probably some.
So it's here we were thinking rook d3 or rook d6. Rook d3 maybe.
And what was the line? Bishop a8.
Rook d3, rook b4.
Bishop d6. Rook b3. Okay. Greed is good.
Not leaving that pawn.
King g1, maybe.
King g1, because then maybe there is a piece. No.
I want to kind of hit the h4 rook with tempo. But...
This is checkmate, yeah?
Yeah, beautiful checkmate.
Ouch. 3 pawns down in an endgame. Nice.
But you know that after rook h4, king g1, bishop a8, black is losing the piece. Check and bishop anywhere. I'm not saying off the board, but
I understand. I'm trying to pick.
But where do you go after rook e4?
So we'll get hit.
We'll get hit.
Okay, I can go bishop f8 if I'm very, very desperate.
Oof.
No, actually,
but then
we should go. I go rook e8 first, and check on b8, and only after king d7 going with the bishop to, let's say, bishop e5.
Yeah, that's sad. Bishop on a8.
It's those 2 pawns.
Not long anymore.
Yeah, white can keep 1 pawn alive at least.
No, bishop rook e8 is a very sad news, of course. So after rook d3, maybe king c8, but then rook b3.
Do you have to get a square for the black bishop maybe with a5? Or is there time for this? I just don't want to put a bishop on a8 ever.
Maybe a5 is the only move.
Still feels really shaky after bishop d6 and rook b3.
Bishop a6.
Yeah, rook b6.
Bishop b5.
a4.
Yeah, but takes.
Yeah, you just take
Maybe
and give up some material.
You go bishop e5, unfortunately, instead of a4. And then a4 only move. But I hate the rook on g6.
Yeah.
It's very
But actually,
clumsy. Even
if
here,
black-
I was thinking bishop e5.
Yeah, that was forced mate actually. If black
Yes.
went a4 rook d1, that's a nice.
Yeah, bishop e5.
Bishop e5, threatening a4 for white.
And rook d1.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, but you don't go
Yeah.
a4.
You go rook d1 for white.
Just rook d1 and bye-bye.
Rook d1 first before rook d8.
I'll get it right eventually.
Mating net.
That is
This
nice.
is the greatest example of different color bishop, the power on the diagonals. So rook d3 is killer.
I mean, we haven't found a defense yet. The evaluation bar's in the middle though.
It's always in the middle.
Of course it's 0-0-0. What else?
Let's see why.
Rook d3.
e5, no concerns. Yeah, doesn't
Yeah,
care.
the bishop
And
goes back to
Literally doesn't
c8.
care. Yeah.
What? Bishop b6 and rook d1? Bishop
Bishop
a8,
a8.
and the bishop comes back. And well, rook d7 actually is also doesn't look so bad, but let's say just rook d8. Yeah, c5.
This is what we had, no? Like
Yeah, this is what we had, something like that.
7,
Bishop.
some move.
Yeah.
Rook g4, no worries.
Maybe white can't improve.
Bishop d6 was played,
Okay, switch off the engine again. Let's see. Bishop
which is
d6.
not bad, but I'm not sure it's maybe it's a mistake.
It's always nice to only have one move. So you
Probably
can
he just wants to
calculate.
go bishop e5 now because it looks so good that the rook on g6 is kind of.
The rook can
But rook g4, yeah.
hustle out.
Yeah, but after rook g4, you have, for example, rook f1 and rook f7 kind of thing.
But maybe I can take on h4, go back to e.
c5 exists. Wait. Let's see,
He
rook
doesn't
f7.
care. He just goes rook f7.
We go c5 directly. Not sure if g3 is a big deal, but at least this bishop
Yeah,
here.
rooks-
I
what
feel
about
much
rook
better.
c1? Other one,
dc1 maybe.
dc1.
Yeah. Maybe it's time to start caring about this black king.
Maybe rook e7 is the only move after
Mm.
taking d8 and e8 escape. It is a quite scary story for Rapport. Interesting to see his heart rate.
I mean, even if white plays a move like g3 or something at some point, just bishop f4, bishop g5, it's still a lot of defending.
It's not funny with black.
44 minutes, that's the good news. But it's already moved 36, so Rajabov not in big stress yet with his 6 minutes.
There have been a lot of developments in the game with Nepomniachtchi and Duda. Maybe we can check this one.
Now this is the line we had more or less as well, no?
I think up to a point, yeah. I'm
More or
really
less.
impressed. I'm really impressed Duda kept the queens on. I thought he would have rushed to get them off earlier with queen e5.
It's interesting. You just think this was hopeless. So what's going on now?
So white has extra piece for just 2
And
pawns.
grabs
No.
the pawn on a2.
I saw the bar went up as the pawn was being taken. What's there? Rook h5.
Rook h5 is very clever, but maybe just queen
I
f6.
don't think it's that clever. Unfortunately. Yeah, rook a1.
How about rook? No. Oh, it feels so close to so many back rankers, but black's king can escape.
Yeah, but he thinks that he's going to exchange some pieces and take the h7 eventually. Unless he gets mated in the meantime.
if Black can trade the queens, yeah, maybe he'll survive.
Position that makes the head hurt now, like all these weird lines.
Maybe rook f7 from b to f7.
What's the threat?
Rook f8, I want to go somehow. Takes, king h7, queen d3, g6, and then let's say I would go queen, check on f7. King g8, right?
Hanging around.
Suddenly a lot of pawns running for Black. Again, we're getting a note from Tadeus that White has a really strong move, but it's not easy at all in the current position. I don't think I'd even have this on my list of candidate moves.
Whoa.
Bishop f1.
That's a weird one.
I guess it stops any tempo gaining checks.
Actually, it's a very logical.
It's ready for this.
Because first of all, bishop d3 and all kind of prophylactical check on a1.
Yeah, it stops any rook e2 getting back to defense.
Nice move, but it's findable.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you start by looking at all the forcing moves, all the threats.
After bishop f1, let's say I go rook a3.
So the idea is queen takes a3, queen g6.
Actually, I could also go rook h2 with this idea.
Rook h2, maybe bishop
then you
g2.
go back bishop g2.
Oh.
Rook h4.
Yeah. Rook h4, rook.
Does rook improve?
Rook g5, maybe.
That's true. Okay, so I go rook h3. After rook at bishop f1.
I feel like there's going to be a clever move here somehow. Can I take on a3?
And
then bishop g2.
And queen e7.
Queen e7, and you have no checks.
Okay.
But queen f6, yeah.
But I have queen f6 or queen f8.
Or queen f8, yeah. Not quite.
Oh, look at what happened. He blundered. Ding.
Oh, no.
The draw now.
Oh, he missed king of 8?
King. No, the thing is that now White can take everything on g7, go queen g5, queen h6, queen f6, and e6. Unless this is a trick, rook g7, takes, check, king f8, there, king queen h6, king e7, queen f6, king d7, e6, rook e6, and rook e1. How tricky thing is. And then after queen b3, rook h1.
If White had king h2 earlier.
You see, king h2 has to be there much in advance. Then queen b3 actually.
But you did after king d7, maybe queen takes f7 check, and both rooks are attacked. In that line. So e6 check is the trick. It doesn't work, but now this one.
This turns the tables.
No, but it's being blundered.
Although king c6 here, queen takes e8, king b7, and I don't know.
No, but what is this?
Feels like too much. White can just defend the rook on d1.
Queen a4.
Yeah.
King h2.
Rook e1.
Still all to play for.
Who knows?
So who blunders what? And there are so many traps here.
Probably neither of them blundered. We're blundering, but wow. I mean, it's still a crazy position.
So maybe after you went king c6, queen e8, this position. Now king h2. But
that's so clever.
Why don't we play e6? Because queen c2, and there is no move. I see.
How about e6, queen c2, queen g6, rook e5. Oh wait, queen. Sorry, not g6. Yeah, can't get anywhere. Can't defend the rook.
Rook is on d5.
Yeah. So king h2 maybe. Oh,
Actually,
what a
we were
line.
thinking f4 also, but I think this.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Bless you.
So king h. No, not now f4. Back in the very beginning. What about king h2?
Now king h2 or a move 42?
I'm trying to confuse you. No,
King
now
h2 in every position.
No, now king h2 is queen e5, I guess. Well, that's a draw, actually.
Oh, yeah.
No, but I'm interested about this bishop f7, g7 stuff. Like, really, what is that position? Takes, check, check. And this queen f7 thing.
Yeah, queen c2, queen h5 hangs on.
What about rook a1?
Show me the mate.
I have no idea. Rook, I don't know if rook a6 or queen a6. It's not enough, I guess.
Every black piece defends each other somehow.
But don't forget there is no check. So what about king b8, queen b8? Rook a6. e6. Queen g8.
I was waiting for the quiet move. Here it comes.
Queen takes. Oh, queen takes f2, queen g7. Oh.
Yeah.
Then king e8.
Rook a8, rook d8.
And then some draw by perpetual.
No, but now I can go queen g8, no?
Queen queen f8.
Queen g6.
King e7.
Queen h7.
Oh, it's such a mind.
And after king e8, I'm obviously taking queen c7.
No checks.
And wins. Rook d6, queen f7.
Yeah.
Easy line.
Yeah,
Who's
black's
first?
It's all about that king on h2. So safe.
Yeah, the killer king on h2.
Wow, what a line.
Caro's considering the same position right now. Rook d5 still has a bit of time.
You can see him calculating Nakamura. He's got that streaming face on.
Yeah.
Nodding his head, then frowning.
Raising the eyebrows.
If not bishop takes g7, not going into this long forcing line, then what else?
Well, it's a very crucial moment, actually, if you think about it.
We mentioned f4 as well, right?
Yes,
just to defend
this is
e5.
the moment when we discussed f4.
How accurate does black need to be after f4? Because the maximum white can get after bishop takes g7 is a draw.
I'll be right back.
So can he be more ambitious? That's the question after f4. Oh, he's got his streaming face on again, looking off to the left, calculating. I think he's going to take it. I think you're right, Judit.
Let me grab the
mouse.
Yeah.
Okay, moment of truth. To take or not to take on g7. I mean, he's looking at that square. He's shaking his head. He's counting now. It's going to be bishop takes g7. I don't think he wants the tension of f4. And there we go.
And there we go. There we go. We have it on the board.
Yeah, and Ding reacts instantly.
He goes all the way, shaking his head, F8, doing his usual grimaces, shaking his body.
I mean, he definitely calculated this all earlier. He wasn't working it out now, but he knows the cameras are on. What would you do here, Ding? Would you repeat, just take the draw, or would you go in for that kind of risky line that we saw?
Well, it was not risky for him, I think.
Not risky for black.
Not risky for black. We're seeing this queen g5, king f8, queen check.
Okay. I think Ding might repeat once. Oh wait, he's nearly at move 40, so no need to repeat the moves too much. But
well,
you might
of course,
as well.
real professional repeats, no matter what stage of the game you are.
Yes.
I mean, this is what I learned from Karpov. No matter what position you are, no matter how much time you have, if you have an opportunity to make a repetition, to gain 2 moves and even time, you do it because it will be useful. And when you get in time trouble, let's say, you will be saying, oh, I could have 2 moves later already at this stage.
I only repeat so I can get closer to move 100, so I can claim it's a long grind.
I understand.
And you're right, especially here, actually. If Ding can repeat till move 40, then he has 1 hour to make that big decision.
Yeah, basic. But okay, it's not a big decision, right? Why is it? I mean, king g8, move 38. He could even go king h7 and go back and only then go f8 and go out.
True. Oh, he does go out, king e7.
Well, actually, it shows also patience and nerves and stuff like that. Because I think really, I mean, Karpov would not even think about it. Playing king g8, that would be no question.
Yeah. King g8, you're right. King h8, king back to g8, then back.
Yeah, a little, you know, play around a little bit and then go king e7.
King e7 on move 40, go to the bathroom, come back with an hour and a bit. And then,
in the other hand, he thinks maybe that, okay, I know what I'm doing. I go king e7, I go king f7. Actually, here he could also repeat once.
Yes. But you didn't. Meanwhile, while Ding considers whether to take the draw or not, we should maybe head over.
Yeah. What about Ali Reza? Let's see what's going on there.
Yeah.
What happened since this position?
So we left it on move 22, e takes f5.
Yeah, e takes f5, rook c8, going out from this this diagonal, of course. Knight h4, very logical to control somehow the g6 square, right?
Yeah.
And going out of the tempo of e4. e4 is played, rook d1, queen f7, queen e2.
And wow, Fabi, maximalist.
And of course, grabbing the pawn. Look at this.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? I mean, you have to improve your position somehow. Knight g6, rook f7, knight f4, replacing it to e6. Oops, not there. But
e6. Wow, we've seen some huge developments actually in the other games. I mean, this one looks great for Fabi. I think Rajabov just missed a win. Sorry.
Let's see what happened there.
So in the current position, it looks like it's about to be a draw. Black's 3 points up, but
in this position,
just bishop h2 apparently, and rook f7 next.
Wow.
Wins a piece, I think.
Is it?
I mean, how do you stop rook f7 and rook c7 check? Rook e7, rook f8 check wins.
So bishop h2 was win?
I mean, I was told by our producer, yeah, White was winning, and I guess this is it, because in the game it's about to be a draw.
Wow. Well, he went down to 1 minute.
And there's literally, I mean, literally nothing else to do. You lose a piece as black, you might have a couple of pawns, but it's not.
I know, he didn't have 1 minute, he had more.
Yeah, he had 4 minutes.
He had 4 minutes, but how is it possible that he just went rook f7 and then he went for this?
I think he just trusted Rapport, right? He trusted his opponent.
So rook b5 probably, the saving move, isn't it? So that black can go to b8 with the king.
Ah, that's actually black's a few pawns up.
Yeah, but it's not going to last long.
It's not going to last long, the pawns. But
But actually, it's black who is playing, I guess, because the b7 is controlled, the 8th rank is controlled, so the 7th rank for the 2 rook for white is not so deadly.
But maybe white should just take a draw after rook b5 then. Just give a check on c7 and with the other rook.
Just simply make the perpetual check. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, but oof, he actually created a chance out of nothing, Rajabov. Great play as well earlier. And
yeah, but this is incredible that you have 4 minutes and you go for rook b7.
I mean, how long did he spend on that? He spent 16 seconds on rook f7. He didn't even stop.
But this is well, this will be. It will be on chasing his mind, I think, for rest of the tournament.
Definitely. I mean, a win here and he'd be back on 50%, I think, Rajabov. And he's played better the last few rounds, but or defended better. But yeah, big chance.
Wow.
I mean, literally rook f7, rook c7 check. There's no way to save the piece, right? You have to play like a5, rook b4, play on a piece down, but hopeless, I think.
Yeah, but that's already completely hopeless. That's correct. Check. Actually, it's not. It's a mate. Rook d1.
Even, yeah.
They don't even get there.
Even better. Maybe. Wow. How do you even survive as black? That would have been a nasty surprise.
You can give up the piece by playing rook d8, and after rook f7, rook d7. That's how to give up the piece. But you even have to work for that.
Yeah, you have to work for it, and you leave white with 2 pawns.
And what about e5? Also rook f7 and
f7.
rook e7. Yeah. Well, this is a very sad story for Rajabov.
Yeah, and
but he actually it was very interesting these moves, what happened and how he created this winning opportunity. And this basically the b7 bishop is simply got in a huge trouble, and the black square is controlled by white. Okay, but let's see. We have great actions in the game Fabiano.
It looks like Nepomniachtchi is also winning, but
oh, we can go back there. Yeah. King G.
King G2. What was wrong with Bishop H5?
Well, he just didn't want to allow e takes f2, I guess.
Yeah, was that?
And then King H7 or something.
So Bishop H5?
Okay, check.
Maybe EF and then Rook takes F5 because D1 is hanging.
Yeah.
So no time for Bishop takes E8.
But okay, now after King G2, it is a threat.
Yeah.
To go Bishop H5.
So most likely one of the black rooks moves, but where?
But actually, it's not easy for black. I'm not sure he's gonna win this.
I mean, this one's still, despite what the computer might say, still complicated.
For the knight on E6, it's also incredible powerful. And what's going on with Nepo?
It looks quite straightforward now, if I'm not mistaken.
What happened?
So
he did not play Bishop F1, but played Rook BF7. Okay. This is what we were discussing.
Yeah, you suggested
check
this.
And D4, Rook G5.
Actually, it looks like Duda helped Nepo find this Bishop F1 where everything's defended. And now just Rook takes G7, Rook G8 mate is coming.
So what can black do at all?
You could maybe try and set a, I was going to say set a trap, but it's not a big trap. Rook E8, I don't know. D3 just loses.
Well, D3, Rook G7.
Yeah.
I mean, I think both rooks, but I just don't see.
And there's, wait, is there Rook F1 here?
Takes.
King H, Queen H1.
Queen H1, King F2, Rook F8, right?
Rook F8.
King E3.
Okay.
Queen C1.
This one, even if white's somehow winning, you don't want to calculate. ideally.
Well, maybe you have to.
How about, could you take with the other rook?
Yeah,
on
that
G7?
seems to be safer. So let's say we take with this rook.
Oh, but still rook F1.
Rook F1 anyway, there is no other chance.
At least now the black rook can't give checks if we march forward on the F file. But queen C1 check.
Yeah, but the problem is king G2.
Yeah, the king hides. Oh, this looks over. How about instead of D3, if black puts the rook on E8, just to
Yeah.
create more checking ideas?
Actually, probably it's the only move, right? Because if rook G7, then you're going to be taking this queen check, and then you have this, well, the king cannot escape, and you have queen E1.
Yeah, now it's very different with the rook on E8.
King G2.
Rook
check. King H3. Check.
Actually, still rook E4, king F5. It's a pity black has pawns, otherwise there could be some stalemate ideas with the king on H8.
Oh yeah. He went queen D6.
Okay.
That is maybe a smart one.
Do we take the queens, or do we try and keep them on?
Well, if let's say takes, rook G7.
Rook D8 is forced.
Well, there is not much left, I guess.
Yeah.
And king F2.
Yeah. If you can get your bishop to D3, it's over. But...
Well, that's what I want to, but I'm not sure white can get it. But you know, my question is, what happens if I go rook D7?
And rook F8,
and
I
after
guess.
rook F8, king G2.
Oh, that's very clever. So rook A takes F1, there's rook G8 check.
On
the black rook.
And then this is taken after that. And if king G2, rook A2, simply go up king G3.
Yeah.
And either bishop D3 or bishop F4. Bishop C4.
I guess bishop D3 isn't necessarily a threat now, so...
Yeah, actually in this position, rook G8 is a threat because bishop C4 wins the rook.
So black needs to guard the C4 square.
Yeah, and then king goes up and game over, I think. But maybe not, because you can go back rook A1.
Maybe king, but king H4 is still the same.
Yeah, but king H4, then rook F4 check. Might be. But maybe not, because... Yeah,
king
rook
H5.
Yeah, but anyway, the rook goes to give check.
Oh, rook A5 check, that actually is very annoying.
Well, it's the same problem.
Same, yeah. Yeah, and I think he's made a good decision. I mean, maybe trading the queens, exchanging the queens was good, but...
Queen F2.
Queen F2, keeping them on, makes a lot of sense as well. And meanwhile, we do have, we do have two results suddenly.
Wow, Ding, he did not play longer?
Ding took the draw.
How's that possible?
He didn't even think about it, right? Surely just get to move 40, sit there for 20 minutes, half an hour and calculate it out. If you take the draw, then fair enough, but he didn't even stop.
Yeah, look at this, what happened.
What did I miss? 2 draws?
You missed a lot. First of all, Rapport was lost in one move.
Where was it?
In this position. Or maybe I give you back the...
Oh, sorry, I started clicking stuff.
Yes, so basically it's here, bishop H2 wins.
Oh.
This is a case of the threat being stronger than the execution, rook F7, inevitable.
Bishop A8, rook A7.
Ouch.
Over.
Oof, that's a big miss for Rajabov, no?
And he had 4 minutes when he played instantly without practically thinking. played rook f7. I don't know, maybe he just blundered. He thought that he's winning with rook f7 as well. Maybe that's the case, but
I mean, you're definitely not winning this endgame 3 pawns down as white.
Wow.
so they went this, and it was a perpetuate check. So this was a big miss by Rajabov. And then the other big thing between Nakamura and Ding, we were just discussing that whether Ding will be making repetition of moves and only after that goes out to king d7, or he makes king d7 immediately.
I mean, he barely thought. He thought for, what, 5 minutes, Ding, and then he took the draw. I mean, probably this is a draw anyway, but like Judit said, minimal risk for black, most likely.
Yeah, that's... I don't know if it's a pity for Ding. It's not a mischance.
No, but hold on.
Pity for us, yeah?
Did we say that here black is not obviously better because of king h2?
This was our line now, and then we tried some things. Yeah,
we tried queen c2, rook a1
as usual.
But yeah, we tried. But after queen c2, queen h5 is possible.
Yeah,
we
rook
said,
takes e5, rook takes d2 is.
Yeah.
Computer also gives queen f7 and saying.
And is it better for what?
No, it says 0-0. But yeah, rook e5,
of
queen
course
f3.
It's 0-0. I mean, every interesting position is 0-0, testing our nerves. Chess knowledge.
Yeah.
I think that might be the key word, nerves. Maybe Ding didn't want to take any risk at all, but if you don't risk, then I mean, he needs to win some games, right?
Eventually.
Yeah.
Okay, so these were the 2 games which finished, and both of the other games which left, it's with a lot of interesting stuff going on. Here, rook g3 was played. What is the queen on a3 doing?
Better keep covering f8.
I think he wanted to go queen e3 and swap the queens.
Queen e3, that was the idea, of course.
But now he just resigns, no? He has to cover f8.
Rook takes g7 next.
Somewhere, some rook takes here.
Now there's definitely no rook takes f1. Yeah.
Probably she's going to win.
And unless Fabi wins, he'll be a whole point clear, right?
Fabi's going to win too. What happened here?
Yeah, since we last left it, the rooks have come off.
The rooks and the gloves.
Yeah, so you did, yeah, when we were looking at it a moment ago, we thought maybe Firouzja's got some practical chances, bishop h5 threats in the air, but...
At least it looks like a mess now, but Fabi's not afraid of messes, no? He just calculates.
Rook d8, really good decision, I think. Get pieces off the board.
But why does... Oh, no, it's still just 1 pawn.
Now it's a nice regrouping. Rook c7, knight f7, I like a lot.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
A lot, and knight g5 shows up there.
Oh, really powerful play from Fabi, ever since he got that chance with f5. I mean, just... Yeah, looks very strong. What do we do here, though? Knight g5.
King g4.
What does he want? Does he just want to take the bishop?
Bishop d5 might be annoying if white can get it.
Yeah.
Probably we take it, right?
Well, I don't see. Well, maybe rook c5 is an option, but...
What about rook c2?
Bishop d5.
Takes.
King c2.
Queen f3, king h4. There's nothing.
I'm happy there.
Just chilling.
There's
maybe, I don't see it.
Yeah. Wow. No checkmate. h5. You can even just play h3.
Yeah, h3, but knight h5 is also an option.
Yeah, knight takes h5.
Nice.
Okay, we found a safe haven finally for the white
Let's
king.
say check and rook c5 we go.
Queen d2.
Queen f7.
Bishop d5.
Ah, sorry. No, that was a misunderstanding.
So I'm
No, but
trying
after queen d2, knight f3 already.
Can I go?
f5.
Queen d8. I was hoping for knight g6, but there's knight e5. Right? Yeah, not quite.
But okay, rook f5 might be, rook c5 might be even better immediately first, instead of knight g5.
Keep that one up your sleeve for later. Yeah. Knight g6. Oh, I don't know.
Knight g5.
King g4 again.
Well, what else, right?
Yeah.
First of all, rook queen c4 already probably wins.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can get the queens off, that's enough.
Yeah.
Push those pawns. And do we have a result in the other game?
We have a result, and Nepomniachtchi is killing everybody.
4 out of 6, wins his third game. Bit of an opening disaster for Duda today. He fought back, but he was under pressure pretty much from the start. No?
It's the Reti, I'm telling you, it's the secret to success. Yeah, but just a great game again from Nepomniachtchi.
He dodged a bullet yesterday against Nakamura. Today, just crashing through.
Well, if Ali Reza will lose against Fabi, he's going to be the last in the event alone.
Yeah, to his credit, he clearly played for first place. He took lots of risks with both colors all the time.
It's very, very much seeable that he doesn't have that experience against the top guys.
That will come. He'll control more games.
It will come. But in this event, this is what I feel very much, that he's not feeling the situation.
Also, how much risk is acceptable and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Especially with his strategy of not playing too much for 6 months and then coming in and taking risk. You need that practical kind of. You need to get your eye in and kind of get that feeling of when to gamble and when not to, and it's hard if you're slightly rusty.
So basically, it seems that if Fabi wins his game, which is, I would very much bet on him now, it means that Nepo and Fabi is the two who has the race.
Yeah, and Nepomniachtchi is 2 points ahead of Ding, for example, already. That's a lot of points in 6 rounds, in 8 rounds. Sorry.
It's those 2 guys who've been there and done it before, right? The 2 guys who've won the candidates.
Yeah.
Been
and
challenges.
They know what it is. They know what it takes to play in a candidate. They know what it is to go all the way and win the event, right? They both have been there before. So, well, this is a crucial game for Fabiano, actually.
So he's almost at move 40?
Only 33.
Yeah.
Move 40 is far, far, far away in this game, I think.
12 minutes for Fabi.
We see the end of the Ding game.
Actually, a lot of serious mistake is happening in this round. Really serious mistake.
Yeah,
that would be Rajabov missed also a big one. Yeah, he could.
Yes, but I think it was
back into the tournament.
Mistake by far in this event.
That's the first time, right? Because we've seen mistakes, but kind of smaller ones in previous rounds.
I mean, of course, but this is something makes a difference in the end of the result, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is the biggest blunder.
Also, once you see it, it's fairly obvious move, no? Like.
Yeah, but I think this is not a very difficult. I mean,
No, exactly.
We felt it, right? We analyzed it. That I mean, Black has 2-3 pawns up, but we understand that it can be how awfully deadly dangerous for Black, because also the G6 rook was completely out of the game, so there was no harmony between the pieces, and the king was deadly vulnerable.
Also, he's made some quiet bishop moves already, several times actually in this endgame.
It was an incredibly interesting game with this all kind of forced lines which we were looking, which was partly the game, right? With this knight e3, that was quite something.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually great play from Radjabov ever since we joined. Ever since.
But I
Queens
think it
came
was
off.
not lost with black, right? When we got this, there's something he went wrong.
See, he's better here, even according to our computer.
Probably had to go rook e7, no?
Rook of 8 here was strong, apparently.
Stop white getting in.
Going back, because just 2 moves ago he had to go to e8 from there.
Weird one. And then after rook g4, now he's lost. Rook h4 was the mistake, which...
But you know what? Maybe this is why he didn't got it, because it was rook h4. So just he went king g1, and only after that, just with his last move, he evacuated the square for h2 for his bit.
If instead of rook takes h4, if rook e4, for example, for sure he would have found bishop g3. Quiet move.
You blitz it out here. It's much
and then
easier.
rook f7.
Yes.
So it's similar idea. So
yeah,
he should be seeing bishop h2.
Yeah, he has
no,
c5.
what is not understandable is that he had quite a few minutes, like 4 minutes on his clock, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not ideal.
It's a big miss.
Spend 10 seconds and then miss a win.
So what do we have with Fabiano's game? Because we had check and rook c2.
Fabi's forcing the issue, as he tends to.
He went rook c2, queen
c2, check, and he takes. What is this?
The only move.
Queen d8 check plate.
And if knight g6 or knight e6, I'm not sure which one.
Knight g6, knight e5. Oh, he took on f3.
Okay. So white has a threat at least. Knight g6.
Well, probably.
Engine's laughing, of course, saying queen b2.
Queen b2. Okay, black
But
is
engines
checkmate.
are for that to laugh at us. Rook f2.
Mate in 100.
Queen e2.
Yeah, king g4, queen e2 is mate, and this is also
Yeah, queen c2 and over.
fun. Yeah.
Or queen b1.
Yeah, Fabi has 10 minutes. He for sure will play queen takes b2 there.
And if knight e6, something similar happens here. Rook f2.
Same thing.
It just doesn't work. Okay, switch the engine off. Now that we
process of elimination as well. Queen takes b2's.
Yeah, Fabi doesn't even need to think. He just grabs.
Can white king keep the king alive? Some h4, hide it on g4. I mean, it's
black is also winning material, you know, like queen
Yeah.
f6 or whatever.
Yeah, queen e8, for example, queen f6, I guess.
Fair enough.
Looks safe.
And queen c6 is a threat. Pawn attack.
No perpetual. Yeah. Oh, big round for the standings.
Queen e8 plate.
Is queen f6 the only move? I guess rook f2 check first as well, but no need to flick that in.
Well, if check first, then king g4.
Yeah, and then queen f6, but no need to play rook f2 check.
My question is, what happens if rook h2? No, then it's a draw. Okay, so h4 against queen g5.
There's no threats, no. Probably you can play a5.
Yeah, queen c6 as well. Queen c6 here, just ends it.
Clinical.
Yeah, and queen f3.
Yeah.
But okay, queen f7.
Oh yeah, queen f7, it's still not mate. Maybe rook f1, e4. e4 though.
Six.
Yeah, you defend e8.
F1.
Yeah.
And white can't handle.
Queen f3 coming. Or knight d5 after instead of e4. But okay, this is hypothetical.
Incredible round. Queen c4.
King h3, rook h1.
Rook h1, queen f1, mate.
Yeah.
Show me.
Actually, yeah. Whoops, have
round.
Have we found the only way not to win as a black, maybe? But yeah, queen f6 in the current position.
And tomorrow, is it going to be a free day for the guys?
Yeah.
And
do they deserve a break? I think they do. No, they've shown us pretty good action.
Absolutely. But in round 7, there is action continues. Rapport plays against Nepo.
Interesting.
It's not going to be boring, most likely. Fabiano against Rajabov. Dink Firuza and Duda against Nakamura. But my two favorite match will be Nepo and Caruana, of course. And I'm probably not the only one with that.
Dink Firuza is also interesting. The two favorites on minus scores tilting. Like...
And probably it could be very easily decisive one.
Very much so.
He resigned. Do I see it correctly? No.
No. Not yet.
E4.
E4 played. It's move 39.
So how to finish?
Queen c6.
Rook h2. Is that asking for trouble? Probably is. 95. So queen c6.
Because after that, if queen f7, I want to go check and queen e4.
Queen on e4 just covers everything.
Maybe it's not good because queen f6.
We go here again.
Queen f3.
Oh, now it's mate, yeah.
e4, queen h3.
But okay, after queen f3, you can go king h4.
Yeah.
And rook f6. Rook c6, sorry.
Is that so clear? Knight somewhere, g6.
Still kicking.
Yeah. Did we have to give a check on f3? In that line?
No, probably not. Not at all. After king g4, yeah.
Fabi just takes. Fabi's ruthless. Alireza shaking his head, thinking this guy can't be bluffed. He's not afraid of anything. Just keeps taking stuff.
Yeah, knight d5, you gain a move with queen c6 anyway, I guess.
Yeah, it's also move 40. Alireza has to make a move within the next minute. If knight g6, queen c3 is checkmated. That's a question.
King f4.
Yeah, rook f2, queen f6.
Yeah.
Doesn't look great.
Yeah, queen h5 checkers.
Queen h5 and...
Ah, this picks up the queen at least. Yeah. Good enough. There's just no move here. If knight d5, what happens? No threat, I guess. Yeah, queen g5 or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Queen g5, knight.
Queen g5, f6, guys. F6.
f6. But then there's no...
Queen h5 takes f7, white wins.
Yeah, but after f6, there's no threat, so maybe just rook h3 or h5 or something. Don't know. I'm assuming this leads to mate. Maybe it doesn't. H7.
Not winning? Rook
Sorry? Yeah, rook h3 looks maybe the cleanest.
And
queen d7.
Queen d7.
Okay.
With 3 seconds on the clock.
3
Alireza
seconds.
gets up. Doesn't look happy about the overall situation.
He's made move 40.
That's the good news.
Well, I guess queen c3, king g4, rook f2. Or you want to go h5?
I'm tempted by h5, but no need to be too fancy.
Yeah, queen f3 is deadly.
Yeah. And Fabi says to make move 40, but he has 4 minutes.
And he'll take his time for deciding.
He's such a pro now, just sitting there
So
calculating.
experienced, yeah. He's not going to mess this up.
One move to make in 4 minutes.
You know what's the simplest maybe? Queen c3 check, king g4, queen d2.
Also looks unpleasant.
Queen a4 is the only move.
Very professional. But then
it's not the
h5, king g5, queen d8.
Queen d8 is mate. h5 wins. Yeah, no, I like it. Get those queens off the board. Okay, he's doing the right thing though. He's thinking.
No, he's too professional for nothing. Even if he's going to make a mistake, he's going to think and go down to 1 minute, I think.
Yeah.
Because that's how somehow your experience gives you to do, right?
Yeah. I mean, his nerves are never a problem, right? Oh, he's about to move the queen.
Queen c3 incoming. Yeah, this is it.
He played it, so he didn't go down in time.
Yeah.
He did. No, he did go down to 1 minute,
Yeah.
2 minutes. Yeah.
And this is over. King g4.
King
yeah,
g4,
queen g2.
But you can see Alireza knows it's over. Just going through the motions. Tough tournament for the 19-year-old superstar.
Yeah, this surprise just didn't work in the opening. Okay, one move blunder. It wasn't an obvious one, but that's enough at this level. You can tell Fabi wants to move again. He doesn't want to get up on move 40 and
Fabi
stretch his legs.
Wants to go queen d2 and have the game over. No, like he thinks he can relax when it's done. But he also doesn't want to miss anything on the last meters.
Yeah, on the other hand, it's not difficult, right? I mean, it's, you know, the king on g4 is just so vulnerable. You want to go give it check on the white square.
Yeah. Who did you guys think would, who did you mark as the favorite for the tournament before the event? Would you have said Fabi and...
I wanted to see a Ding Magnus match.
Yeah, I also thought Ding and Fabi are the favorites with Alireza. Hard to tell. It could go either way, and so far it's been going the wrong way. But same for Ding, yeah, like.
Yeah, Ding. It just it feels like. I mean, we talk about Fabi being professional, doing everything he can to win. Great shape, great team, everything. But yeah, Ding just arriving alone. Last minute didn't help his chances.
Yeah, no, it doesn't feel like he's weaker on whatever you want to call it, pure chess skill, but it's not the same level of professionalism, even in the openings. No, he keeps playing, okay, this is my pet peeve, but he keeps playing his lines while Fabi spent months preparing surprises for everyone and every line. Yeah, just looks like he has the better overall package so far.
Yeah,
but we should also praise Nepomniachtchi, no? He's in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, he's the full package these days as well, right? Great team around him, seems to be really professional, really focused. Openings better than they've ever been.
Yeah.
And
just
yeah, if he can last the course, I guess that's the question.
Yeah, and if he can avoid these moments of tilt. No, he had two like yesterday, or I don't know if it was tilt, by way blitzed out this queen e4, queen g4, without even really thinking about it. But he got away, and +3 is already serious.
Yeah. I mean, he can go back to that strategy that he adopted last year to win it, right? Just solid and wait.
Well, this is exactly the same scenario in points, right? As last candidate, he had 4.5 out of 6, and then he lost against Maxime.
Yeah, where he played the Vinaver. Maybe this time he will switch to the Petrov earlier, yeah, like he already did last round.
When in doubt, play the Petrov.
So Queen A4 is on the board.
Queen A4 played and
H5, knight takes H5.
finale incoming. Now H5, he will resign now.
H5, it's either checkmate or you lose the knight.
Or both.
Or both. Yeah, what else to do?
Fabi is so professional collecting the points when it's the opportunity comes, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, today's performance is the definition of professional. Just solid opening. Wait for your opponent to blunder. Take the chance.
Yeah, I would say he did outplay Alireza even before the blunder, no, to some extent. At least he was,
Yeah, this is true.
Putting some pressure with black slowly. Some small gains.
Yeah. I mean, bishop h3 or rook c1 or something here must be. There must be a way.
But I'm pretty sure that here he was not happy with his position. He felt that it's uncomfortable to play.
Yeah, I asked the computer, yeah, minus 0.35, minus 0.50 now. No, it's already. And the game is over. He didn't wait for h5, yeah? Like, he waited for Fabi to come back.
Incredible round, guys.
Yeah, and how did we do on the prediction front? We got a couple of decisive games today. It's nice.
4 draws. 4 draw strategy didn't work out. And with Judit, she always predicts a Rapport win, but Rapport always draws, so we can count that as a correct prediction for Judit.
Thanks, Jan.
You should predict 4. You should predict 4 draws every day, Jan, and it'll work out well for us.
Reverse jinx always works.
And then we figure out what you really had in mind.
Exactly. All right, let's look at the standings.
The players deserve the free day again. That's for sure.
Yes, they've earned it.
Nepomniachtchi 4.5, Karana 4. Then Nakamura Rapport on 50%. Everybody else is in minus, with Alireza in last place and sole last place, 2 out of 6. Tough spot for him.
And after the rest day, do you think we'll see even more players start to take risks now because they're already lagging so far behind?
But they've taken risks in game 1 already, no? On 50%, I think it's a question. Maybe some people give up or think there's no. I think it's too early for that. But once people no longer see a chance for first place, maybe they start playing it more solidly. No, I don't know.
Yeah. But
interesting.
I think Rapport will not stop taking risks. Because there is no reason to stop, right? In his case, for example. But also in Nakamura's case, if he wants to do something, he has to take some risk, right?
And it must be frustrating for them. They've been taking risks and they're stuck on 50%. It's
well, this is chess. I mean, they should be still proud of themselves that they are not going for the really the bulletproof openings that you don't want anything. You're pretending to get a little something with white, and then you go for a draw, and then only on a later stage when you have to do something and taking risk, only then you're doing risk, making risk, right? Now we see in the opening preparation of Fabiano, Nakamura is making some extremely interesting ideas. And today it was also extremely interesting what he was playing, but it was also interesting how he lost back the game time which he had against Ding Liren.
Yeah. No, also Nepomniachtchi has just become so much more well-rounded. No, he can go knight f3, g3 and have a big idea or a trendy idea there. With black, he can play in many different styles now. If you play the knight off against him, he'll be very well prepared and go for sharp positions. He's looked good if he can keep it up. Very exciting.
Well, and he knows exactly, somehow he has a very good feeling how to choose openings against which players. I think this what, for example, Alireza is missing. I mean, Nepo has a huge experience playing with the top guys, right? So somehow he has an extremely good sense how to choose opening and where to push it, because today he just played knight f3, g3, said, okay, I want a long game. I want to give you opportunities to go wrong, to misplay the opening, whatever. So it's a lot of psychological aspect to it as well.
He did similar against Alexenko in the last candidates, just went c4, g3, bishop g2, and won very smoothly. Yeah, those two guys, full packages. Looks like they're the big favorites with their experience now.
David, let's come to the sad part of the show. Is this the last day you're with us? Are you coming back? What's the status there?
Yeah, I've got some plans next week, so yeah, I might not be able to join you for. Yeah, I'm busy with the pigeons all week, basically, all summer. But no, I mean, I might be free to jump back in for some little segments of each day if you want me. If you're not tired of me yet.
Always very welcome here.
It was great pleasure, and you're polishing your tactical skills. So your best preparation you're having here to switch styles completely.
I'm learning from the best. What can I say, Judit?
No,
it's been a pleasure, guys.
I don't make such a special ideas, but I see that I give you inspiration to settle your pieces.
Exactly. It's the mindset, right? It's the attitude, the energy. That's definitely what I need to learn. But yeah, it's been fun. Thanks for having me, guys. I hope you guys.
Great to have you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Continue enjoying.
All right, we'll have the rest day tomorrow. Of course, the chess doesn't stop here on Chess24 and in the Play Magnus group. You can check out the Banter Blitz that should start right after this. Then what better time than the free day to start a Chessable course like mine or Judith's. Many great courses out there. Go to our friends at chessable.com and also check out the special deals for Chess24, where you can get 50% off and the mug with the code candidates 2022, 50% off. That's a better deal than the usual 30% off. If we're being truthful, get access to all the video series there, including a video series. Judit, I'm not sure if you've seen this. Lawrence Trent on Judit Polgar. Has he done your games justice? Because Lawrence, I'm not sure he can be trusted with your games.
Well, he made a good selection.
Okay, that's excellent. I'll go check it out. Thank you so much. We'll see you latest the day after tomorrow, same time with more candidates.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.